Good evening, everybody.
Hey, is this good on this side? Ask me if this is good on that side.
He'll tell me if it's not.
Good evening, everybody,
sure this
and
is
welcome
body
in
one.
tonight to Doghouse Live. We are in Cypress, Texas for a round of, or a night of action-packed PLO, Limit Omaha, and Texas Hold'em action. We are playing 2-5 with an optional $10 straddle from under the gun to the button. Looking around, let's see who is playing tonight.
No green tea, white tea if we do it. Got some loco.
Logo. That was not good.
In seat one, we have Clutch. Looks like bought in for the most amount, $1,850 United States dollars. Mr. D, Dean himself, looks like $560. Another $563 for Jeff in seat three. Glenn's going to start off with $1,000 in seat four. Guts with $220 in seat five. Scoopa with $206. Poker Girl with $507.
White tea's good.
Nick with $508. And Johnny with $620 and $9. But with Texas Hold'em and Omaha being in the mix tonight, look for lots of action, revise, add-ons, gambling, all the fun things. Also, guys, I want to welcome in Travis. Travis is going to be joining us for a little while tonight. Welcome to the booth, Travis.
Pleasure to be here. Cool calling the action with you, Jeff. We've known each other for a couple of years, so it's just going to be fun talking poker and checking the action as it comes down live.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right, guys, and the action, going to get it started here. Scoopa has the button. Johnny's first going to fold under the gun. Dean's going to bring it in for $10. Got the king of diamonds and the queen of clubs. Glenn looks down at the ace deuce of spades and decides to 3-bet to ace to $40. With this stack, I don't hate this bet. We're here to gamble, so let's define our, who's going to be the table captain now.
I know that was the name of it. It would be a great name of the
10-6-4 rainbow and a couple of checks. I probably would have liked the continuation bet there with ace deuce of spades. If we're going to 3-bet with that hand and then get a 10 high flop, that hand is much. I think that board is more likely to hit our 3-bet. Like, we're representing a big hand. We're 3-betting, so I think we need to be C-betting on most flops. If you're going to be 3-betting with ace deuce of spades. But I don't know much about Glenn here. Yeah, he's a new player on the stream. I haven't seen him before. But I like it. I like the action. I like the 3-bet with ace deuce to first hand. Let's go. Let's establish the dominance early. What do you think about that play, Travis?
Yeah, I definitely like it. Pre-flop, as you said, I mean, yeah, the ace is not the best one, but it is suited, so you kind of have a little more playability with suited hands like that. If spades comes out, then obviously you're in a pretty good spot. You can flop straight draws and whatnot. So, I mean, I like the play. Like you said, I wish you probably would have did a C-bet, especially with mid cards out there, because it could be anything.
Good. I like that. I like that. And as we both know, a $10 raise in this game doesn't really mean anything anymore. People raise without looking at their cards, just trying to build the pots. Who knows? We'll see. All right, we got action on here. Looks like a straddle. Let's see if that's right. Nope. Clutch under the gun made it $10, and Mr. D is going to raise it to 30. Jeff has got the king of diamonds and the jack of hearts. We get a 3-bet to 75. We are here to play tonight, boys and girls. We got king 9 and king jack with a raise and a re-raise already. Neither of which are two particularly super strong hands, but I like the action. Let's go. Put a king on the flop. Okay. Ace, queen, 4, rainbow. Once again, the 3-better decides to check after they've missed. That's interesting. You don't see that too often.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So it looked a little crazy before the flop with the king-9 and the king-jack, but the flop came out ace-queen high, and the players decided to play it a little slow, maybe a little cautious early on, get a feel, splash, get a feel for the waters and see how people are playing the night. I like the aggression from Jeff there, especially having Mr. D.
Okay. I didn't know if
It's important to get a feel how the people sitting next to you are playing. Especially having position on those players, you want to see what they're raising with, what they're going to call your re-raises with, and try to establish that early on.
Most definitely. We want to see all the action come out, but also at the same time, it is very early in the game, so there's no telling, especially with new players, how they play. So you kind of want to get a little feel for what they're going for.
Exactly.
You like it up?
Right now.
Extra 10? You
Straddles on.
No, last time I played.
Mr. D got the 10 on under the gun.
Whiskey! Oh, whiskey!
I love this. Once again, guys, we are playing a round of each tonight. What that means is it's going to be a round of Texas Hold'em and a round of Pot Limit Omaha, where you're going to get 4 cards. You must play 2 cards in your hand and 3 on the board, unlike Texas Hold'em, where you can play 1,
live stream, baby. We got to
4,
drink on the live stream, baby. We drinking on the live stream, baby.
Unless she did.
Where's his? They said 4, but I can go grab that 5. You bring him that other one?
We can wait. We can wait.
We'll wait. Oh, I'm so sorry.
Wait on me.
We will wait. No, we're
folds around a Nick on the button,
Set that right there.
and the Nick I know well decides to raise it. Got the ace of spades and the 9 of clubs. Pretty standard once everyone folds around to you on the button. Straddle under the gun. Mickey just disguising his hand well here, flatting with the ace of clubs, queen of spades. Later in the game, I imagine Mickey would be 3-betting a hand like this.
Most definitely. It's just really early, as we were talking about, and those hands can be really unpredictable. You can hit it on the flop, as Mickey has done, or you need some really big trouble with hands like this.
Very smart play from Nick here, deciding to check the flop here with his ace-9. I like his check here because when you bet the flop, if you get check raised, you get put in a really weird spot. Having ace-9, yes, it is a strong hand. Yes, you flop top pair, but you're not trying to go off to a 1 pair with a 9 kicker either. You want to play a pot control line with a hand like that. He's going to get super lucky here. The board runs out ace, king, 4, 6, 6, and he's likely going to be a bet and call from Mickey, and Nick is going to chop the pot with Mickey after Mickey gets pretty unlucky on the river. 2 6s coming out on the board.
No, she took it.
Unfortunate for Mickey there, Travis.
There we go.
Yeah, it's one of those things where you don't necessarily want to slow play a hand like that when you know that you have a really good kicker, and then hit 2 pair and chop it up.
To the live stream, hell yeah.
Yeah, I like the way Mickey played his hand too. Mickey underrepresented his hand too, so if the board doesn't happen to come a 6 on the river, Mickey's going to bet about the same amount of money, and Nick is going to snap call just as he did anyway.
Oh, of course.
Mickey underrepresented his hand, just smooth calling before the flop. So,
I couldn't do it with mine.
as it turned out, the players
I ain't that
chopped.
drunk yet.
You're saying put it on because of
10 on right there, bro. Because what if you
So
make up a 7,
good.
everyone calls the 10, then you make more money. Or you can
why?
make up
How
a
do you
8
make more money?
because you're gonna eat everyone's 10 when they call your 10.
Guys, if cash games are
10,
not
10,
your
10.
fancy,
They're
we
gonna
have
pay you 10
plenty
anyway.
of tournaments on tap over the next
I
few
don't
months.
think you
Starting
need to
tomorrow, we have the $7,000 guaranteed round of each black chip bounty
Telling you, man.
partner event,
Good for the game.
which that means
I
is
straddle no matter what.
it's a partner
Damn
tournament
right.
where you pick another player and you will each take turns playing a blind level, and then you'll swap out with your partner when the blinds go up, and then when you bust a team, you get a $100 bounty for busting that team. Plus, there's prize pool as well. And that has a $7,000 guaranteed prize pool. And also on Sunday, it is our once-a-month 10K free roll. Starts at 2 p.m. It normally gets about 150 players. The tournaments have been huge the last few weeks, so it would not surprise me if it gets over 150 this week. And one more last thing to mention about tournaments before we get back to the action here. We have a Heat Wave series that starts July 29th. We're going to be kicking that off with a $25,000 single-day tournament. And coming towards the end, we have a $75,000 guaranteed Pot Limit Omaha tournament with a $400 buy-in. And on August the 6th, it will be the $150,000 Top Dog Blowout. It's going to be a multi-flight tournament. There's going to be tons of people. You need to come check it out. All right, guys, catching up with the action. Sorry about that. We're on the flop here. Queen 9-3 with 2 clubs. Guts has the King of Diamonds, Queen of Hearts, and Scupa has 2 jacks. Only 1 overcard on the flop here. Kind of a tough spot for jacks. But with these stack sizes, they may get it in. Nope. There we go.
So he got a new truck and he's
Mr. D. Oh, I see Mr. D. I forgot. Guys, we are playing the 7 deuce game. In case you guys are unfamiliar with the 7 deuce game, if you win a pot with the 7 deuce in your hand, you are going to win $10 from every other player. Just a fun little
$10.
Oh, and there it is, the first one. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Dean wins the pot with the 7 deuce, shows the bluff, collects the $10 from everybody. Travis, you like the 7 deuce game? Do you think it's good for the game?
It is. It induces a lot of action, which is never a bad thing. We always want more action in our poker. We don't want to have everyone just sit here and wait for the best hands. It's always fun to get little games like that. I love the 7 deuce game. I love the small blind game. Anything to induce action.
Same. Absolutely. And it doesn't surprise me one bit. I wish we would have had an opportunity to bet if we would win the first 7 deuce spot. I would have probably would have had my money on Mickey, but the second person would have been me.
I remember the last time I played Stream with Mickey, he probably got me about 2 or 3 times with it, and I just laugh about it because, I mean, there's nothing you could do about it. If someone bluffs you, you laugh about it and move on, but 7 deuce is just a funny hand.
And I say Mickey, guys. What I mean there is Mickey, the guy in the 1-seat clutch. His name is Mickey. That's how I've known him. So I'm not used to the names on the screens here, but yeah, his name is Mickey. If you ever hear me refer to the guy Clutch, that's who I'm talking about. I've been playing with him for the better part of a decade. Very, very solid player.
I mean, if you want to punt, it's okay.
And we are to Omaha now, my personal favorite game. All the players are going to be getting 4 cards. And you are going to be seeing more action. For those of you who are not familiar with Texas, or who are super familiar with Texas Hold'em, but maybe not so much with Pot Limit Omaha, if you look at your screen, you're going to see 4 cards on the screen, and players are going to be going to the flop multi-ways a lot more often. Johnny's got, by far, the prettiest hand so far. Ace, King of Diamonds, Queen, 9 of Spades. Definitely a raising hand after a few people limped in here. Mickey calling on the button with a suited ace and a pair of 8s. Pretty standard, especially when you have a lot of chips.
No rubbing your eyes, Dean.
Service
Dean
table
with
12,
some suited
please.
wheel cards. Jeff with a little gambling hand. Then Scupa
There's no sleep
praying
here.
for a 4.
One thing about PLO is it is a very gambly game, so who knows, Johnny could completely smash this, or you never know what's going to happen.
Yeah, it's like you could see the future. The flop comes Queen, Nice, Deuce, Rainbow. Johnny flop tops 2, and nobody really else has much of anything. Jeff has a good shot, but I'm expecting Johnny to bet the pot here. Make a pretty good sized bet, and everyone else to likely. 115. There was 200 in the pot. I like that bet size. It's about 2/3 of the pot, about 60% of the pot. I like that bet size because if you happen to check raise, if you called or something like that, you may be able to get away from your hand with like just a naked 2 pair. Not everyone folds it in Omaha, but when people start going crazy, re-raising behind you and check raising, re-raising, it is possible to hold a game. Not a whole lot of hold'em. You got top 2 pair and hold'em, you're just going to go off. Hard to blame it.
Most definitely. With Omaha, there's so many different possibilities out there that it gets very difficult to put players on very specific hands, so you never know what anybody is holding.
And what we want with Omaha is cartage. We want action. We want all-ins. We want big pots. We want the dealer to be chopping big pots. And
Not even here.
pushing big pots.
Service, table 12.
That's what we want. That's what Omaha does. It induces action. 4 cards because everybody likes to see more hands. Everybody likes to see more flops. That's what we're here for.
I had to be able to go. Like, we were talking about it in New Year's, about going.
So I did a little of the commentary last Friday on the stream here for a couple of hours. It looks like I see a lot of the same faces last week, but I also see several who were not here as well. So a good mix of new, good mix of old. It's going to be interesting.
Omaha hands? We're around the beach. Oh, that's right. I wasn't even thinking. I was thinking Doghouse.
It is a whole round.
They were like, oh, the whole round of you was bad.
Limps around to Nicole. Nicole has what we call bad aces. She has, yes, she has pocket aces, but she has it with a couple of straight cards, but no suits. So I don't mind just a limp here instead of floating and bloating a big pot with just one pair, no flush draw. Nothing wrong with just calling here, because after all, it's still just one pair. Now, she may get an opportunity for the old 2008 trick, the old limp re-raise. Mickey's decided to raise it to $85 here. If Nicole is going to re-raise, now would be the time.
I know.
We'll see what she does.
Into last.
A lot of times, though, when you limp re-raise in Omaha, you're basically turning your hand over face up, and everyone knows you have 2 aces.
Baby girl. Let me see you dance.
But
Let me see you
we will see
twirl.
what happens. Mickey is in the cutoff. He has a pair of queens, 1 suit, but not the ace suit. I do like his raise there, though. After several limps, nothing wrong with raising a hand like that. You block pocket aces. No one else, you would think that people would have raised with pocket aces had they, had the opportunity to do so before. So trying to define where he's at, build a pot. If it comes 5-5-3, he's likely going to have the best hand. We'll see what happens.
Most definitely. And I definitely like that play with him having suited cards. As you said, Nicole has nothing really going for her besides the aces and straight drawing cards. But with Omaha, there's no stopping pre-flop. Like, everyone's going to get it in, and we're definitely going to see how everything plays out.
Multi-way, that's right. We are going to see multi-way action.
Baby girl, let me see you dance.
How do you like Johnny's hand there, the Jack-9-8-3? Is it a hand you like to gamble with? Is it a hand that does it kind of look pretty but maybe not that strong? What do you think? You play hands like that?
Occasionally, if I'm feeling a little frisky, I might play a hand like that. Obviously, for the straight drawing cards and whatnot. I mean, I'm kind of liking it. Oh, no, I'm not liking it now.
Well, it looks like Mickey has managed to flop top set, and he gets checked around to him. 4 players saw this flop. There's $375 out there. Everyone checks to Mickey. He has the ace of spades, which means he blocks the nut flush draw, and he has 2 queens. I likely expect a pretty good sized bet from here to protect his hand. Yes, somebody could have Jack 10, but he likely has the best hand here, and he knows that.
Of course. I mean, Johnny's over here. He's probably thinking he's solid. He's got a 2 pair. There's possibilities that he can hit the boat, but obviously, as we know, he's drawing very dead.
Very slim. He can hit a 10, but that's it. Yeah, I expected a fold from everybody. Bottom 2 pair in Omaha is the death of poker players. If you can manage to fold it, you'll be fine. Well, technically, bottom set is the death of Omaha players, but if you start deciding to get all your money in with bottom 2 pair in Omaha, you're going to be going to the ATM machine a lot.
Oh, yeah.
So far, Clutch, the most aggressive player. Doesn't surprise me one bit. 34% VPIP. What that stands for, guys, if you're not familiar with that term, you may hear it on other poker podcasts, other TV shows. VPIP, it stands for voluntarily put into pot. It stands for, it means when you're putting money into the pot when it's not your blinds. It's when you're like voluntarily either calling, raising, etc. What that number means is when the higher the number that means, the more active the player tends to be. The lower the number VPIP, the tighter the player happens to be in that particular game. It doesn't necessarily mean that the player with the highest number is going to win the most hands either. It just means that they play the most pots, see the most flops.
Have you ever heard of the VPIP game on Livestream?
I have not. Can you explain that?
Yeah, so I've seen other streams do it where basically the bottom 3 people with the lowest VPIP, the chat can vote who they want to kick off the stream if they're not a very entertaining player at all, and then they'll elect to bring someone else in.
I 100% support that idea. I'm all for that. I think that's great. I love the little side games and stuff like that. All right, we got a raise to $50 from Glenn here.
Looks like a little mystery hand going on.
I think they're going to get the cards so they get scanned a little better here.
They respect
Nope,
you, bro.
everybody
they respect
folded.
You, they don't respect me. It's messed up.
Hey, that's up.
The issue is you got chips.
Oh, whiskey.
That's the issue. Is he didn't get any chips. You got the chips.
I'll throw yours. I'll worse.
That's why I'm here.
You want money?
Yeah, I was gonna get a drink. She did get a massage from you.
She did come. Yeah, she'll be back. Turn on the button.
That's fine. I'll eat it.
I was like,
Sounds like
No,
you have a
there
little
is-
straddle on the button.
no, I don't even know where you were. I think you were.
One of the players talking about getting a massage here at the Doghouse. We have multiple massage girls that happen to work here. They are phenomenal. I have tried them all out, first-hand experience. So if you ever do come down here and play and you want a little extra stress relief while you're playing poker, we have that for you. Picking up the action again here, Guts looks down at the Queen, 10-5. So it's 10M.
Great.
Few callers. And Jeff is going to raise with the ace-7 of spades, queen of diamonds, and the 7 of hearts. A lot of people choose to limp with that hand. I don't mind a raise here. Anytime we have a suited ace in Omaha, you block a lot of things when you have an ace. You're likely not going to get re-raised a lot in Omaha because you have that ace and it blocks other people having 2 aces. And you get to take control of the pot in late position.
Of course, and having not just Broadway cards, but also has 3 wheel cards, it makes it very, your range is really well open with being late position in Omaha.
Very much an action flop here. Queen, 9-6, 2 spades. Guts has managed to flop top set. Jeff has managed to flop the nut flush draw. I can expect both of these players to get it in for as much money they have in front of them.
Oh, looks like Guts went all in, as you predicted.
Jeff flopping top pair of the nut flush draw is going to go ahead and decide to isolate the hand here. Whenever you have the nut flush draw, you never really feel like you're dead. But Guts could turn him dead on the turn here, and that's exactly what happened. 6 whipped off right away. Spade never came. Queen's full. Guts going to win the $460 pot. That's Omaha, boys and girls. You are going to see lots of big hands tonight, especially in the 4-card game. You have a preference, Travis?
As far as what?
Hold'em, Omaha?
Man, I used to, like when I first started playing, I used to hate Omaha, but it's one of those things where I've grown to love it. So I love a good R.O.E. game, but lately I have been playing more straight PLO. It's one of those things where also in the middle of the day I might start playing Hold'em and then just go over to PLO just to get it on if there's no R.O.E. game going.
Yeah, I feel that.
Kind of hard to put you on queen.
Looking at the comments here, I see
Yeah, I
someone
know.
saying don't school the fish.
I knew what you had, though. I didn't know what you had.
I wouldn't say we're schooling anybody. I would consider myself an informative commentator. I enjoy explaining a little bit of analysis from my perspective. After all, that's who you're getting it from anyway. So I am going to discuss a lot about poker strategy, what I think is optimal strategy. I mean, you're welcome to take what you want from it. I was a winning player for a long time. I definitely am not anymore. The game has passed me by, but I have been dealing for 20 years. I've seen thousands and thousands and dealt tens of thousands of hands, so very familiar with the game, very familiar with the ABC part of it. Very familiar with the basic strategy of Texas Hold'em and Omaha and some advanced level play. Would not consider myself a world-class player, but I would consider myself educated enough on the game to commentate it for you guys tonight.
You kind of crush on me.
I don't know how long Travis has been playing. I'm a little older than he is, but I think this is his first time in the booth, right? First time in the booth
This
tonight?
is my first time in the booth. So far, it's fun. I'm enjoying this. It's
Right.
fun coming in and, be able to look at everything as it's going down and, talk shop with you and kind of get everyone's perspectives on how they would play things and see how it goes.
Well, not to cut you off, Travis, but it looks like pocket queens is going to be the hand of the day. They got another queen high flop when someone has pocket queens. We have flop top set. Scoop is going to bet $75. Nick calls with his top pair and backdoor draws. It looks like we're going to go heads up to the turn here. Nick is not as in good a shape as he may think he is. In fact, he's showing 5% right now. Nope, it's going to get the bad news real soon. All in for $20. He's going to call, seeing that he's drawing dead, but can't fault him for putting his last $20 in after hitting the nut flush draw. And Scoopa, after running very, very bad last Friday, has managed to win her first pot.
Queens are definitely running hot tonight.
Good for you, Scoopa. You ran very, very poorly last week. I'm happy you won this week.
See the sign on the door? No supermodels allowed in here.
Oh, I'm seeing that food down there. It looks so good. I think pretty soon I'm going to go order me something. Guys, if you have not eaten at the Doghouse, you need to try out our menu. Couple of pages, lots of different options from breakfast food, dinner food, Asian food. We have pizzas, and we have all the way filet mignon. They'll make egg omelets to all different kinds of things. Fantastic food here.
What would you say your favorite thing off the menu is?
I like our filet. I really, really like our filet. Yeah, that's it. It's pretty simple for me. I also like the Philly cheesesteak that we have here too. The cheat code is you get it with the queso. You pour a little bit of the queso on it, but yeah.
I would say my favorite thing is probably the pasta alfredo with the grilled shrimp.
Okay. Have not had that actually. All right, here we are again, guys. Picking up the action. Few people limping in. I'm not too familiar with Glenn, but the few hands I've seen him play so far, I like how he has played. Raising with a hand here like 10-8, 7-6 shows me that a player is familiar with the game, is familiar with trying to create the lead with a hand like this. A lot of people just call with these kind of hands. They look down, they say, oh, I got the 10-8, 7-6. Let me just call and hope that I hit a gin flop and then hope somebody gives me all the money. No. The good players know that hands like this are the ones that you're raising with, especially when you have position. He's in hijack here. I love this raise. I hope he gets rewarded for it. Not that we have favorites, but Bingo bango, action flop again, as happens in Omaha. My boy Glenn that raised it with the 10-8-7-6 just flopped a straight with a flush draw. Mr. D's flop bottom set and fires out a, is that the pot size bet? Close to it? Nope, 150 into 180. Glenn has an interesting decision right here. Yes, he flops a straight, but a straight in Omaha is not the same thing as a straight in Hold'em. But because he has a flush draw, I would expect a raise. Just because the nuts is out there doesn't mean someone has it.
And as we know in poker, we don't play to a flop, we play to a river, so anything can happen on the next two streets.
That's right. This is a 5-card game. And even if Glenn happened to run into a bigger hand, he still does have a flush draw. I honestly expect Dean to fold here. He beats absolutely no hand that can raise him. He has a gut shot straight draw. Wait, excuse me, he has a 10, so he's open-ended. But if he's getting raised here, he knows he's going to know that he's either against a bigger set or a made straight already. Bottom set in Omaha is not a great hand. It looks pretty, but it's just not a great hand. It causes a lot of trouble, doesn't it, Travis?
Oh, most definitely. I absolutely hate hitting bottom set in Omaha because, sure, you can boat up, but chances are someone's got a bigger boat at that point too.
Yeah, especially on these the super coordinated boards like this, the 9-jack, queen, 2 heart flops, or like the 5-6-7 2 diamond flops. Like you got 2 5s on the 5-6-7 2 diamond flops, and everybody's going crazy, and you decide to get the money in. Things are not going to go well for you. It's a tough hand. Give me bottom set and hold them. I'll just take my lumps. I'm going to go broke with it. You got me beat? I'm cool. Build another hand. But in Omaha, different story.
Let me tell you. You're laughing too much for me to get the answer. I got the question. I missed the answer. He said no. Oh.
Picking up the action here, looks like Jeff's got the king, 3-3. Another beautiful Omaha hand. Anytime you have 2 pair in your hand, you are going to flop a set one out of every 4.5 times. But a beautiful hand like that, the kings are suited. One of them suited. We call that a hand that has a good backup hand in case you miss.
Most definitely. The only thing I would love better is if he had double suited kings, but that's always a beautiful hand. But of course, like you said, this is a beautiful hand, especially when you at least have one suit that you take care of part of the board.
Everyone has gambling hands, but they're all hands that I don't fold anyone calling with. Clutch has managed to flop the nut flush draw. Mr. D has managed to flop top 2 pair. And with about a pot-sized bet left, I expect, yep, there he goes. Dean's going to bet the pot, 205, and get a very quick call from Jeff here. With a few players left to act, this is probably a little loose from Jeff. He does have an overpair, but there are 2 clubs out there. You know, we'll see. He's going to peel a turn card and see what happens. Mickey also calls as well with the nut flush draw. 3 players to the turn. Turn is the queen of diamonds. What an interesting card for Dean there. Dean's going to turn a flush draw. Jeff, unfortunately, did not pick up a lot of equity and has to fold. That's a tough spot with 1 pair there with kings on the flop. Me personally probably would have folded it on the flop myself, but I don't blame him for peeling a turn card. Mickey, of course, calls the last $100 here. We have a $1,000 pot. Looking for a club for Mickey. Bink. There it comes.
You'll go stir crazy.
Mr. D gets rivered again. And a big pot going to Mickey, who is now up $884. Jeff, our big loser right now at minus 428. I love this technology, Travis. Isn't it cool that it shows the running tallies like that?
Oh, most definitely. Lets you know where everyone's at, and obviously most people play stream to get information on themselves, so it's always kind of cool to see how you run towards the end of the night. And also just a good look on the game altogether. It's crazy how technology's evolved versus how when the World Series first started streaming and they had the cameras in there. Now it's just the cards do all the work for you.
Right.
I know after 3 or 4 months I won't pay.
Looks like we have a Dean fan up in the comments. Old Thomas Luna.
Pressure point thing.
Oh, that green thing he owns.
It's always fun seeing who's going for who on there. Obviously in the booth we don't have any favorites. We want to see everybody win. But it's cool seeing the fans at home looking at who they want to go for.
The last few weeks, Mission D has not run very well. As someone who deals here and sees the action pretty often, he has, whether he's been ahead or been drawing, he just seems to be on the wrong side of all of the all-in spots. You got to feel bad for the guy because we see it all the time. We see it firsthand. Maybe it'll turn around for him. We'll see. I know he's going to get in there and fire with the players, though.
Hopefully so. The night is young. There's lots of poker to be played, so anything can go around. He could have a rocky start, but towards the end of the night, he could come back up on top. Like I tell everyone, we got to be optimistic.
That's right. Power of positivity. Speaking of positivity, looking at all these players' hands, they're going to have to say some prayers and be super positive to hit these ragtag hands. I only see 3 at the moment. Another one's not coming up on the screen quite just yet, but I'm sure it will here momentarily. Okay, it may not. Okay. We're in a 30-minute time delay here with the technology here. Nobody has too much yet. Checking around. No flush draws either. River comes in 8. Poker Girl gets 10s and 8s. I imagine it's going to check down. She's just going to win the pot.
That's a scooper right there. I don't think I have anything, but just to make sure.
Pot A for Nicole. In order to win pot B, you must win pot A first.
Yay!
Round of applause from the table there.
No, not at all.
Are you in Biloxi?
There it is, kids. The VPIP, 69% for Jeff, 23% for Guts, but as you can see, most of the players are almost at 40%, and what does that mean? That is a sign for a good action-packed game. The higher the VPIP, the more action there is. Excuse me.
Tampa is.
You're so close.
Yeah, as long as the VPIP isn't about 20, I'm hearing the norm for most players is between 40 to 50% for most winning players. There's a little looser winning players that might be at 60, but no one that's going to have 100% is going to be a winning player the majority of the time.
Yeah, my generation, I've read a book one time that once said if you're playing more than 1 in 6 hands, you're playing too many hands. So that would be about a 16% VPIP, but for me, when I'm playing cash, that's too small. Like if I'm playing a tournament, sure. Let me play 1 out of every 6 hands so I can play like a rock. But if I'm playing cash, I'm there to see flops, be social. And
for the most part, what I've seen on cash streams, most people are averaging about 40, 45%, maybe 60 or so. I have noticed with tournaments, though, most people are playing about 20 to 30% in the hands.
yeah, definitely lower. Interesting to see the different dynamic between the two.
Oh, Bo.
It's amazing.
Raise under the gun here from Jeff. Got a call in late position from Poker Girl with a double suited pair of 9s.
I ain't
got that kind of money, baby.
You lying like a rug. Look at you right in front of you.
Mr. D with a couple of 7s. Looks like we're going 3 ways to the flop. About $80 in there. Little naked gut shot for Dean. Can't see Jeff's cards just yet, but a gut shot, not a gut, excuse me, a flush draw for Nicole. Nicole's going to peel here. When you're calling with a hand like that, you're not always necessarily calling because it's the best hand when you make your flush. But oftentimes when people check to you, it means they don't have a flush and you get to represent one. That's how you get 2 streets of value with hands like 9 high flushes. You know, a lot of the times you just call with them on the flop when people are betting sets. You make your flush, people will check to you. What I see too often is that people that have medium flushes, after they call a bet on the flop and they make their flush on the turn and they get checked to them, they check behind. I think a lot of the time that's a little too weak. You want to find out where those hands are in this game. If you're just if you call the turn, you're not going to get 2 streets of value unless you decide to get creative and bet the river. You have to know a lot about your opponents to do
So I
stuff like
scan my
that.
pass and they say, "Oh, Miss Parker, oh wait, here we have a new boarding pass for you," and they have me 24C. I say, "Excuse me? No, I paid for 1A. Why you put me back by the share?" And they're like,
There's a you're a gambler, Travis. You like craps, like shooting dice. You familiar with that?
I've never played craps. Most of the time, if I'm in Vegas and gambling, I'll do roulette, blackjack, or 3-card poker for the most part. I try to stick away from the slots unless I just feel like popping 20 bucks in and setting that on fire real fast. I've always wanted to learn craps, just never sat down. My dad, he's more of a roulette guy whenever he wants to play crazy games like that.
Okay. Well, Omaha is pretty close to the roulette of poker games. You're going to see more action in the 4-card variant than you will in Hold'em, but it looks like we're going to get some in Hold'em right here as well. Jeff's got the Queen 10, Guts with the Ace of Diamonds, Jack of Hearts raises it up to 22. Is it 22?
No, it's 2-5. Usually.
No, I
$5 increments.
Sorry.
Don't do it again.
It didn't turn out to be the worst deal.
Oh, Scupa folded one of my favorite hands, the 9-7 of spades, but kind of disciplined there. Not really deep enough to be calling raises with those hands.
Pay for 1A,
If she had clutches stacked, you could call with a hand like that. But when you're only on 40-50 big blinds, calling raises with 9-7 of spades is going to be tough.
Oh, yes,
Most definitely. You will see the dynamic throughout the night with people with smaller stacks that are not going to play the same sort of hands that you play with the deeper stack, obviously, because when you have a deeper stack, you have more playability and can get away with doing a little more with that.
Only Danny was
Interesting
smart
flop
enough to,
here.
like,
Guts
she
flops,
asked
middle
the
pair
lady
makes
that was
standard
serving us,
continuation
like, how
bet
do you
with
do
it.
this? The lady was just cracking her stuff for her. And Danny's like,
Mickey calls. We're going. Jeff calls with open-ended straight draws over, gets checked to the river. Guts is going to win the pot. $203 pot. Would have been interesting if an ace could come on the river. Interesting for Jeff. Not so much interesting for Guts. But it would have been for Carnage for TV. We would have been happy with it.
It was a really fun trip. Did I call our video 2 girls drunk on a plane?
All right, guys, we are 15 hands in here. I'm going to step away for a few minutes. I'm going to give the mic to Travis.
And then I'm like,
I will be
okay, I
back
need
in a few.
2 Buffalo Trace
You're in good hands.
diet. He brought me 2 Buffalo Trace in this small cup, all in one, with a regular Coke. So I drank like half. I went to water it down. I was like, oh shit, I can't do sugar. I'm like, here, just take the Coke. He's like, oh no, he brought me a whole new setup. I was like, okay.
Did y'all go to the boat?
Yeah, we went to the boat. We did, but let me tell you, we left the boat after. We just went over there to play the tournament, and it hadn't even started. There was still like 15 minutes of registration, and they told us we were going to work all
All right, looks like we have Jeff open up with 9-3 suited. Not opening up, but calling the straddle. 9-7 from Scupa. He's calling that. I kind of like those hands in a way, just because, or the 9-7 suited, just because it's suited.
And then we got ice tea. We all had been drinking like Woodford and Diet for 2 days. And Thursday, and the waitress comes up. She goes, "Well, are you a gold, emerald, or something?" And I'm like,
Go into a flop. Scupa with the 9-7 suited. Flops the flush draw and the straight flush draw. No one else has really got any hearts except Mr. D, but it's got a very low heart, so it'd be very interesting to see how this goes out. Obviously, flopping the best of it with the straight draw, flush draw, and the straight flush draw. You don't want to.
she spoke to me, the way
I'm gonna kind of open it up to see what kind of stuff we can get. Got Jack 7 top pair. Of course, he's gonna see where he's at. Kind of wants to get out, get the draws out the way, but 25 not scaring anybody with that one.
I'm not gonna tell you.
Starting a fight.
Yeah, if anything, I'm not gonna say anything. I'm just gonna say, bring you Jack. If you say something, sorry, we
And
were
with
out.
the top 2 pair on the river, that's going to seal the deal for clutch. No, didn't complete the. Oh, wow. All in and a call. Obviously, Mickey's not going anywhere with 2 pair and that'll seal the deal for Scupa. Hopefully she comes back and
try to block with the face, they don't have it. Danny. Thank you. No, I'm good now. Maybe.
it looks like Scupa opted not to rebuy.
Rice is shrimp and
What do you work over there? What do you work over there?
Just a little small room.
Looks like we will have a straddle on the button.
And then on Friday, and on Friday and Saturday they do. Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. On Friday and Saturday we get a high-low game. We were only getting it on Saturdays. Now we do it on. We get it on. Since I've been there, we started getting it on Fridays.
Steve helped from the low.
Nick with Jack 4 of diamonds opts to raise to 30.
Well, I am the glorified pucker, and it doesn't have the title.
Mr. Dean 3 bets to 70 with pocket 3s. Definitely going to put Nick to the test right here.
Possibly have for what I do, yeah. But they asked me to do it though because they needed help. I wasn't going to go back to work. Not there. I was just going to stay with this.
9 deuce 8 rainbow on the board. Mr. Dean in the lead with pocket 3s.
Hard Rock, the new one? Yeah, it's in Hard Rock. She works at the casino.
That's in a
there now.
fold.
They just opened in the poker room. So she used to do what I do. And she left. And she's like, well, you know, Benstown really needs somebody.
Thomas asked who are y'all teaming up with tomorrow for the tournament.
They didn't even have the posting. She just called and told them and they created the posting.
So you got like back.
Yeah,
give up
exactly.
poker
It's
back.
like, I don't want to do it.
Well, it's too late.
They didn't know what they wanted to do or what they needed to do.
For anybody that's wanting to play the tournament tomorrow and you do not have a partner, I'm pretty sure you can come up here and you can find a partner very easily. There's been many times where I've seen people sitting at the bar and have had people come up and be like, hey, do you want to be my partner? And it's worked out.
It's very boring poker there.
It's probably people buying it for $8.
Well, it's not even that. It's not so much that. It's all they do is go in to play for promotions, pretty much, and that's all.
Farm promotion.
Yes, and you're just like.
Clutch raising it up with Queen 10
They're only
off.
playing stone cold nuts. They're not gonna raise pre-flop very much.
Can you smoke in there or no? Good, that's good.
Only in the casino part of it, but not in the poker.
Yeah. That's not much.
We're just going to get a call from Glenn on the button.
I remember.
The aisle wasn't, so was Boontown.
Yeah, and it was terrible because you get like you just couldn't get. I mean, if you could.
not a super exciting flop. Just, obviously, both players have 10s. Just one player has a better high card. Glenn bets it, as we would think, just to see where he's at, and of course gets the fold from Fudge.
I think the button.
You can take it.
No, I'm good. I'm just wondering if whenever. When I get 7 deuce here, and then I'll have to do something.
You can't straddle after you know you have 7.
What I'm saying, I'll get a put the straddle on. I'll look at 7 deuce. He'll raise something, and I'll have to.
Yeah. 3 raises to 50. No, what was on the table?
All right, looking like we had a straddle with a raise to 50 from Jeff in seat 3 with Queen Jack off. Johnny, the original straddle, is going to make the call with 10-7 of diamonds.
Hello, friends. I have returned. 4 ways to the flop. Jeff really the only one that hit anything here. Gonna be a standard bet and probably 4 folds unless everyone decides to get super creative. Nope. Pretty simple pot there. Pretty standard.
Pre-flop, I liked everybody's hands. You have everyone's drawing for a straight, just kind of seeing who could hit what, and obviously he hit, Jeff hit top pair, so the only thing he's kind of doing is seeing if anybody has a 3. If anybody has a 3, they're gonna insta raise that.
No, I really wasn't watching.
I love when Omaha players join Hold'em lineups because the game always, the Hold'em game always gets looser.
Oh yeah, they get super creative with those hands. Cause obviously Omaha, you have 4 cards that you can play with, and Hold'em you have 2. So you're like, oh, let's see what kind of hands we can hit with this.
Sit there and let my name be Carlito's way.
Sir, we gonna stop that discussion.
El Guapo.
El Guapo now. That's false advertising. It'll fail. It'll fail.
While we got 1 second, guys, just want to remind you that right now at the Doghouse we have 5 cash tables going. 3 of them are 1-3 no limit. Oh, excuse me. Let me restart that. We have 5 cash tables going right now. 3 of them are no limit hold'em. 2 of them are PLO. If you're looking for a place to play, you can still get into the tournament for another 55 minutes as well. Looks like about 18 people in that field. The $3,000 no limit hold'em guaranteed bankroll builder. But once again, 5 games of cash tonight. Plenty of seats.
And these cash games are going to go all night long, sometimes into the next morning. So,
uh-oh, here we go. Action. Sorry to cut you off there, Travis. We are back to action here. Mr. D raises up with the ace-queen. Gets a call from Poker Girl, gambling on the button with the 9-8. Comes around a real hand in the small blind. Nick looking down at the 2 red queens. Mr. D is going to call. We're in gambling mode right here. After all, we are stuck a little bit. So the ace of hearts, queen of spades is going to call.
I believe you. Me too.
Shouldn't have done
That's
that.
how I feel right now.
$635 in the pot here. Ace queen
Can't make money if you
versus
throw
2
away the winner.
queens. 3 outs for Mr. D.
Oh, you're
Oh,
right.
32% equity. If you look down on the screen, you'll see that. So about 1 out of every 3 times here, Dean is going to hit an ace here and win this pot, or a straight, or some kind of combination. Here we go, ripping it. One time. Let's see what happens. Action flop. Spades out there. Dean's going to need an ace or a spade. And the spade comes in on the river. Mr. D finally wins his pot. Might be the first one in 2 or 3 months. I don't know. $635 in there, though. Unfortunate run out for Nick. 2 red queens go down to ace queen. Spade on the river.
Or not.
This is one of those hands where obviously
You win with 7
it's a good thing that it got in pre, because if we saw a flop with that, the hand could have played out completely different.
You're exactly right there. Exactly right there, Travis. If Nick decides to just smooth call pre-flop, or maybe not raise even the size, the all-in size that he did, he likely is going to just move in on the flop with an overpair. He may have still got a call from ace-queen, but getting it all in pre-flop left no doubt we're going to take 5 cards. I don't blame either one of them. You know, it's $300. It's 50, 60 big blinds. Not a lot of money to get a little gamble with ace-queen.
Well, yeah.
Can't blame any player.
I'd do 10 for that.
Yep, I'm in. I'm out.
That's even more variant than 7 deuce.
It's a DJ in action on that.
Yeah.
The DJ, we already watched 7 deuce win
I'm
once.
leaning towards this side.
Yeah, dude.
I hate these big
Vertical
cards.
side of poker
Got a
sometimes.
lab straddle under the gun.
It's just the variance.
We got us a new player in the 6th seat. Cam has joined the game. But back to action, though. 10 is on. Jeff's going to raise it to $35 with 2 nines. Pretty standard. Cam's going to call. Welcome to the game. 2 deuces, Cam. Nice to get a pair of your first hands. People call that the bathroom hand. And the creative player that Nick is, I know him very well, been dealing to him for a couple of years now. Very creative, thoughtful, intelligent player. Also understands players' ranges. Has a very, very good understanding of the game. Decides to 3-bet here with King 7 of spades. He's not gonna lose Jeff. But as you can see, he did get a hand like ace queen of clubs to fold there. It's just proving that you don't have to have the nuts to get big hands to fold if you understand the basic dynamics of the game. Wow, Mickey had the ace queen of clubs, would have flopped a royal flush draw. But as it is, Nick flops top pair, gets checked around. Bad card, nobody's gonna like that turn card. 3 more checks. Oh my God, Mickey would have made a royal flush on the river, but looks like maybe gonna be a bluff. There's a bluff from the 2 deuces. Tough spot for Nick here. I understand why he decided to check the flop with his pot control line.
Queen has a royal?
That would be a straight flush queen 9.
Oh.
You would have had it?
Good bluff with 2 deuces there. I like it.
Yeah.
I also understand why Nick just decided to check the flop after getting called in 2 places after he 3-bet pre-flop. I understand it.
You want a small
He had a little bit more than 1 pot-sized bet. If he had been playing a tournament, would have been okay to evaluate. But in a cash game here,
On that one.
nothing wrong with just peeling a turn card and seeing what other players do. Now, had an ace not come on the turn, Nick is likely going to win that pot with a bet after both players check the turn. As it turns out, had he bet the flop, he would have just won the pot.
Yeah, and as a new player, you also want to kind of put that dominance out there right off the jump, that you're representing something strong. That way no one just thinks that you're betting pre and not having anything at the end with it, because when you're throwing a big bet out pre, you can have any sort of thing. Obviously he had a pocket pair, but
Mr. D with the best hand in the deck, looking down at 2 aces. And he's going to get some action here from a couple of players. Jeff calls with the Jack 7. Johnny calls with the king jack. Mr. D got him in pretty bad shape here. Jack high flop would be interesting. Nope. No one has a diamond here, but it does come with 3 of them. 7, 8 diamonds. 7, 8, 9 of diamonds.
So that's 50.
Not the best flop for Dean. He's going to have to be careful here. That is we call a wet board. 3 cards connected, all the same suit. He has 2 aces, but he does not have the ace of hearts. Or ace of diamonds, excuse me. He has the ace of hearts. 2 quick checks.
Do what?
Oh, brutal. Ace is cracked. Let him spin the wheel.
Be anywhere but.
Just kidding. We can't spin the wheel in this game here. We do have a Aces Cracked promotion at the Doghouse, though. If you're playing cash in any of our Texas Hold'em games, and your pocket aces do get cracked, just like Dean's did right there, you get to spin our bonus wheel on the side that has 40 different options on it, from merchandise all the way up until $400. Another reason to come down and try out the Doghouse. Hello, Facebook chat. We see a few of you guys in there, a few people on YouTube watching as well. Thanks for joining us tonight. My name is Jeff. I work here at Doghouse. I'm a dealer. I'm joined with Travis in the booth, who is one of our regulars here. Also has some audio experience. And then one of the best in the business, Stacks, doing the technical stuff for us tonight, the live stream and whatnot. All right, guys, we're going to pick the action up real quick here. We are moving back to Omaha. We're going to let Travis go for a minute or two. I will be right
She just walked
back.
out there.
She got a car, she had a car crash, and then she got out of the car. She didn't get in a car
Like,
crash.
it broke.
It broke her, yeah. And she hugged the police officer out.
Maybe she's just fed up with it. HPD taking their sweet time to come to car accidents.
We're here flopping ace 10, 9, 7, mostly spades.
I mean,
Just going to call the straddle on the button.
45 going, I think everybody was going,
Yeah,
like,
the other way?
trying to get rerouted.
Yeah. All that traffic.
Jeff with king 3 of hearts.
Inside of home allegedly shot it.
Is it Cypress or right, like, did it say what part of Cypress? Or
It's like we're getting a bunch of calls with a bunch of gambling style hands over here, which that's the one of the main things that you can do with Omaha. Anything can happen with any combination of cards. It's kind of hard to call the action pre-flop, but as we can see, Jeff over here flopping essentially the nut heart, since Glenn only has 1 heart.
Can you change the deck next to him? Oh, you have to.
Oh, so they
He's going to elect to check.
Well, no, I know they're done.
And since it's on here,
I guess
Cameras, see,
comically a little big, right?
they are a little, I mean, trying to peel them back, it's like, shit. I mean,
Glenn with 2 pair is going to bet $40. We're going to get a call from Nick over here.
yeah, she hit a reg that wasn't her fault, so she exactly. No,
Can't do that.
Screw y'all. I'm gonna sit here and something. Obviously.
what is it?
Clutch with also 2 pair, 10-6 is going to, looks like a raise to 200.
Oh, it's
Seems like a lot of
amazing. It's so, no, it's not. It's Kahlua, Malibu, and Malibu.
White Russian with Malibu.
Malibu instead of vodka.
Coconut rum.
Jeff's going to call, most likely to see where he's at, see if he can spike a heart on the turn.
15 years old. Girl from, you know,
He's probably assuming that most people have 2 pair or a set or something. Just going to see if he can get lucky.
Game. No.
Spike a heart.
The bar had to be filled up with something before something.
So that's the baby dropping stuff.
Well, shit.
Oh, we're going heads up to a turn.
That's why you had to add a little vodka to it.
5 comes out, doesn't improve Jeff's in,
half gallon of
or a
plastic
little bit.
jug.
He's got a little straight draw, but clutch also. It's like no one improves on the river. We got 2 pair winning it 10-6. No heart.
Any shots?
Got pictures though. Yeah, up all night.
Oh, that's never mind. I forgot.
I've had
Jeff's gonna bet 150 just to see where he's at, and unfortunately he gets the bad news really quick.
Good job. Good catch.
I put you on 2 pairs as soon as that board came. I knew you were quick. I didn't think you had hard. Somebody had one. No, I think somebody had.
Clutch up 1498 for the session.
Top and bottom.
Nicole, nobody cares. I'm a max out. They register the tournament. I have 1 hour to play. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. 1 hour. I'm just letting people. If I get up in an hour. Yeah. I just want. I mean, I don't want to like. Yeah, just think, oh, I'm
Just
going.
200.
What time you leaving?
My dream card doesn't count.
Okay. I'm just doing my. I'm a late night register.
Sounds like Dana Hustle. That's what I call.
I'm gonna call them. Maybe. Oh yeah. See a little more time.
It's like Dean's gonna straddle on the button.
It's like a familiar thing. Have you tried it?
Jeff's gonna call. He's got a couple wheel cards in diamonds, small diamonds. Lynn with the ace, king of spades, and also with some wheel cards is gonna call the 5. It's like everyone's gonna call with their gambling hands, as we all know.
Didn't want to join the family reunion.
Texas Omaha, everybody likes to get in as cheap as possible and see what kind of flops we can hit. Looks like Jeff is gonna flop trip 10s.
Check.
Poker Girl does have the clubs over there. Nick's got a bottom set.
Sorry.
Oh, no, full house. I'm sorry. He's going to lead out and bet, as he should. You want to see where you're at and see if anybody's going to chase up behind you. And as me and Jeff have said earlier, we don't play to a flop. We play all the way down, so he definitely wants to see what kind of calls and he can get off of this. Jeff having the 10, we knew he wasn't going to go anywhere. Of course, he's going to lead out and see where he's at. Nick, of course, is not going to slow down at all. He's just going to call, see where he's at. He's obviously hoping that he doesn't have a quads or anything. Nick makes it all the way down, fires the whole way, and
Deuce is playing well tonight.
works out for him.
Somebody had deuces earlier. 500 behind.
Looks like Jeff is going to reload.
Whiskey!
Turn on the button.
Ooh, whiskey!
Ah, things time for another round. Not yet.
One more. I'll sober up before I drive.
If you need anything to eat, let me know. I got you. I'll finish 6 6.
Yeah.
Nick with the kings
Oh,
right off
man,
the
I did
jump.
wrong math.
I got the meals and the drinks today, guys. If anybody's
Gonna
hungry,
raise to 55.
Raise it.
oh
Well, we're tipping over here. You got it all, I thought.
yeah, you guys.
Jeff's gonna
tip.
call with
Pay the tab.
Yeah.
pocket tens. He's got the hearts to back him up. Cam's also gonna call with Queen Jack 9 with 2 clubs. It's like we're gonna have an ace 5 on the flop. No one's got diamonds. Jeff over here with trip 5s. Oh, runner quads. I don't think he's gonna get too much action off of here. Maybe from Jeff, he's got a full house, but well, actually Jeff and Nick. This could get a little violent, considering no one's gonna expect him to have been in there with a 5. Nick over here in the tank. Great fold from Nick. Wow, that did not go as violent as it could have been. It's definitely hard folding a full house, but it's kind of tricky when you have 3 5s on the board as well.
No.
You're like
5 5 5.
Yeah, you're like, oh my god, I have to
Shopping.
Yeah. You're like, oh yeah, I have the thing.
Really crazy that you only have 5.
How many times have we seen that, though? The case of everything.
Milk when I quads and wow.
Yeah, I'm drinking milk. That's it.
Checked it all the way down. Very unlikely.
I wish I did, because I would have.
All right, we got Guts here calling the straddle with ace, jack, 9 7 with 2 clubs. Cam's gonna follow suit.
Huh?
Rex, you should have shipped. Daryl.
You might want to see if he can hit the
Daryl,
lower
Rex, you
the
should've
mid
shipped
straight
all
cards.
three.
Nick raising it
I'm
to
folding.
$50 with Queen 9 of diamonds and 2 10s. Johnny calling with ace 8 of hearts. Oh, Jeff's gonna 3-bet to 150
Yeah, for this, yeah.
with queens, and also the king of clubs to go with one of his queens. We're gonna get 2 calls, just as we would think.
God, I'm sorry you were standing there and I figured.
How's it going, Tanner? Nick's looking very good, flopping top set with the diamond draw.
How much was that?
Not wasting any time. It's looking like he is going to pot it and go all in. Looks like Jeff is going to make the call. Drawing very slim here.
Heads up for action.
And I'm back, guys. Wow, queen on the turn. Oh, I didn't see that. Nick had king high diamonds, so he could not hit the queen of couldn't hit the queen of diamonds. It had to be the queen of spades. It was a one outer. Wow, what a sick run out that was. That was made for TV right there.
Better than average.
Nick finally out of the trap. Jeff just
Oh, you
bit
yeah, look at
deeper.
that. Top of range.
Yeah, I didn't see
The only
that.
favorite thing would be the ace of diamonds tonight, but yeah.
Yeah. How much money can I put in?
came up
Jeff's
with
already out of the
as
box.
fast
Can
as
I go in my
possible,
wall?
as fast as possible, and just
Ooh, I just scarfed down one of the filet mignons I was talking about earlier here. Oh my God, so good. So good. That's why I'm stepping away for a few minutes.
How much are you behind?
But we are back. Good job in the in my absence, Travis.
Well, he also
yeah,
Appreciate
yeah.
it.
He reopened his hand.
You want a hand yet, Tommy?
Double deuce?
I won one hand.
Only one person had it. He made me lay down.
I thought there was a reason you didn't, so I didn't ask again.
Swapping out the decks there. No, that is not Carlito's deck.
Well, shit, everybody else is doing it. Take that one too.
You heard all?
Inside joke. Sorry. Too soon. I know.
Appreciate it, guys.
There you go. See? Good job tonight.
You're doing a really good job. He's hard to please.
I've been tipping her pretty good today.
You better stop over there. Don't be bitching nothing. You got all the chips on the table.
Sweetheart. PT13.
Hey, if I'm gonna do it,
It's a gamble.
PT13 today.
I don't know what you had, sir, but I did get told. I've had two different people tell me good fold.
$4.90.
I told you I had the
Oh, did you? I've had one person message me. and
Already?
they're-
Okay, you're getting the notification.
They just told me good fold. They said good fold on those aces.
set of queens.
Several people on the wait list here. About to open our 4th Texas Hold'em table. Rush on down, guys, if you want to play. You can still order food for another few hours, too. We also have a late night menu on Friday nights. Normally the kitchen shuts down at 11, but on Friday nights we have a extended menu.
Looks about 30 minutes of reg left for the tournament, huh?
That's right. That's one more level before they go to the break.
You're still like that.
3 tables tonight, 20 players.
Yeah, two
if
pair
you,
probably.
you bet the turn with a queen. If you had anything, you bet the turn.
This is like a
Shot
I was
over
playing
here. Take
in
a
that
shot.
tonight, not gonna lie. But I'm having just as much fun here commentating with you guys.
Two of them.
Dean got one of my favorite hands here. We call this the double suited monster. 2 suits, 3 cards connected in a straight. You can flop a ton of equity with hands like this. You should be raising with him when you get it. Don't blame him one bit. Johnny calling with a speculative hand. Jack the 6-7-3 deuce needs a pretty flop dependent hand, but Mr. D flopping the stones. Unfortunately, nobody else has much, so he's going to make a continuation bet here, and unless somebody decides to get super frisky, he's just going to win the pot with 1 bet. And that's pretty standard poker, folks. Yes, you see a lot of action when multiple people have hands, but when one person hits the flop in Omaha and bets, unless someone is being super creative or has a live read on somebody or decides to just want to float somebody and call the flop to take the pot away on a later street, the game is pretty ABC for the most part. You have a hand, you bet. You don't have a hand, you check. When you're the only one that has a hand and you bet, often you get no action. It all depends, though. All depends on the lineups. When you got players where 40% and higher VPIPs, sky's the limit. Glad Alex got a laugh out of my joke. Yeah. Unfortunate thing that happened there down the street last week, but you know, here we are live streaming the round of each game at the Doghouse. You ever heard the term sticky player, Travis?
I've heard it. I just don't recall what the definition
Well, let me tell you
is.
what it means to be a sticky player. A sticky player is somebody who always seems to stick around. You bet the flop, they stick around to the turn. You bet the turn, they stick around to the river. It doesn't matter. They always seem to find a way to just be stuck to the pot, and you have to put all of your soul and your might into like getting them out of a hand. Jeff is what I would consider a sticky player. Jeff is very, very tough to get out of a pot. If he has any kind of equity, any kind of draws, you can best believe he's going to go to see a turn card. If he still has outs going to the river, Jeff is sticking around to the river. And being a sticky player here with the hand the king 3-3 deuce, he flops a set with 2 threes.
Cool. So, how old is your
Nobody
daughter?
else has much,
9.
unfortunately.
How old
Glenn
was
does
she
have a
when you
king
were
high club draw.
6.
Jeff's been playing mostly
She
every
came over here
pot,
and stayed for
so
like 2 years,
Glenn
3
is going to
years.
peel here with king high clubs.
She
Don't
went
blame
back.
him.
She went to the same middle.
Heads up
same
to the
school.
turn.
Reunited with her friends and stuff.
Yeah.
It's a great turn card for Jeff's hand. No straights or flushes come in, so
Yeah,
he leads out and bets $250 into a $350 pot.
That's what
I probably would have went ahead and bet a full pot size bet right there. The reason why is I'm only going to get most of the time 2 streets worth of value with a hand like this, whether it be the flop in the river or the flop in the turn. Most likely you're going to have to do it on the flop in the turn because people that call you on flops like this likely have draws, so you can't get that value on the river. So betting 250 on the turn here when the pot is 350, you probably want to try to get the most amount of value right here on the turn.
It's good.
And I would have probably bet a full-size pot bet right here, protecting the hand, and to charge the draws the most amount you can charge.
This is a much better.
But either way, Jeff still bets 2/3 of the pot.
Yeah, it's not a completely bad play, especially when he has bottom set over there. Which,
No, not saying bad play at all.
no. I'm just saying we were talking earlier about how bottom set in Omaha is not the greatest, yet he's making the best
Right,
of it.
and it's not the greatest whenever you face confrontation. You know, if you make a bet and somebody puts in a raise and you have bottom set, your hand shrinks up a ton. But when you're the one betting and you're getting called in 1 or 2 spots, your hand is much, much stronger when you're doing the betting and only getting called versus when you're the one betting and getting raised. Your hand shrinks up a lot.
Of course, and I think maybe he didn't go for a full pot size bet just because Glenn had position on him, so he's kind of worried about what possibly could have came next on him. Because if
Exactly, there
Glenn
aren't a lot
had
of
So
blanks
many
on the
people
river
here I know
for
now
free
that I
raise.
solve in,
Yeah.
but didn't know who they were.
I was talking to Roy as he was built. I was driving by here. I live right here behind here.
Obviously not soon enough, because my ships don't have them. My car's over there.
Straddle's on. Mr. D got a couple of 7s with a suited ace. Expect a small raise under the gun here, and that's exactly what happens. Makes it $30. Pretty standard poker hand. It's better to be coming in for a raise with the hand like this when you can take control than it is to be limping. When you limp,
Service.
you cause
Sam
other
12.
people to limp, and you cause people in later positions to punish those limpers when you could have really just seen the hand for an opening raise like yourself. So I'd much rather see somebody raising with the hand like this under the gun, the ace-7-7-5, versus limp again and then calling a raise with it. Clutch is getting a little splashy here with the 3/8 in his hand. He's hoping to hit the gen flop. Makes for good TV, but he misses. There are 2 4s out there, though, and Cam has one of them. Nobody else really has much here. It's kind of a tough spot, though. He does have a 4 for trips, but he also has a pair in his hand. So if someone else has a 4, it's going to be really, really difficult for Cam to continue in the hand here. So if someone shows a lot of aggression, Cam may throw this away. And as you see exactly what happened here, we have a bet and a call, and Cam throws away. Oh, no, that's not Cam. I'm sorry. I have Cam and Glenn backwards. I am so sorry. I had Cam and Glenn backwards. Oops. Cam's the one.
Big Kendra, not the little one.
Looks like we got a couple of calls here from Clutch. Clutch is peeling. This is going to be super creative here. He's called to try to steal the pot on the later street.
You're a little more quiet than you were last week.
Kendra.
The person to your left isn't as fun as last week.
Looks like Dean tried to bluff it. Cam calls, wins the $657 pot. Up almost $900 already.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Good try, Mr. D. It is better to go down swinging than not swing at all. I'd much rather lose my chips going after a pot, bluffing at one, and trying to call them off and hopefully get there. Go down swinging, folks. See a comment there. Shez, fun shorts. I never like betting out sticky players. I enjoy keeping them in a pot to extract the most money from them. I understand that. It also makes it tougher to bluff them as well. And it also, you know, sticky players can be good and tough. They can be good and bad for you. They are typically tougher to play against, especially the ones who know how to play post-flop poker.
Yeah, and then also the people that just like to keep the illusion of being ultra aggressive, because you never know what they're playing. They could completely flat out be bluffing right off the jump, or they could have it. You just never know.
That's right, and there are people out there who, when they put chips into a pot, you know that person has 2 aces, 2 kings, 2 queens. And then there are people out there who will play the 4-5 offsuit just like they have 2 aces. You can't ever put them on a hand. Those people are much, much harder to play against because they have a more balanced range. When you're able to play 4-5 offsuit like you're able to play 2 aces, you're going to be able to win a lot more pots without showdown, without showing your cards, than the other players who happen to play a little bit tighter and only win hands that, like showdown hands like aces, kings, queens, whatever. Back to Omaha here, guys. We have a very standard hand here. Looks like an 8-way limp to the flop. Nobody's really got any pairs, but some people have some connected random hand, you know. A lot of connected hands. Nothing major, nothing big. Few players have flop straight draws. Guts has flop bottom 2 pair. Nobody's flopped real big. May get checked around. Let's see. And 8. Now we have an interesting card. And 8's an interesting card. Glenn now turns a wrap. Clutch now has a flush draw. Johnny has a wrap. What a card the 8 of diamonds is. I expect 4 or 5-way action to the river here. Cam is going to raise it. Cam has 8s and 5s and a gut shot straight draw. Raising to $65 to find out if he has the best hand. I doubt he's raising here to find out if he has the best hand, but he just might happen to have the best hand. This likely is a bluff. typically in Omaha, players that are raising with like middle pair, middle 2 pair, bottom 2 pair are typically doing so as a bluff and not as a value bet. But nonetheless, Cam has decided to raise this hand. I believe I just saw somebody fold the ace 10 9 7. I didn't see that right. Someone folded the ace 10 9 7 on that board.
It's way better than you think it would be. If you haven't played here,
Okay.
pretty much everything here.
Snug fold from Glenn there.
Good. There's things that I believe are better than others.
The ace 10 9 7 would have made the
But
nuts.
everybody has a preference.
Would have tied
Everybody's
with Johnny.
favorite is like the ribeye steak.
But kind of a tight one there. Kind of surprised he folded the ace 10 9 7 on that board. Johnny giving away a little bit of information here. He looks excited. First to act, betting into 3 players. Bets a small amount. It's a please call me bet. I like a spot right here. I like a big bet here. A big bet. See, he's going to get called by a worse straight, but I like a spot here when, yes, you want to get a little bit of value, but I like a much bigger bet in that spot and hopefully get called by a smaller straight.
Yeah.
I'm much more likely to think someone is bluffing, making a big chunky pot size bet than I am thinking they're betting a $100 please call me 1/3 of the bet, 1/3 of the pot bet.
Most definitely, because with the other guy having a smaller straight, he knows he has a smaller straight, so he's not going to spaz out, and he's definitely not potting it there. He might make a bet.
Calling it best, right?
Yeah, so, I mean, I like the small bet just because you know that you're probably getting called by any other straight, or you're maybe chopping.
Yeah, that's fine. You're gonna get some value that way. You have to look at it too long term. You know if I'm gonna bet $100 when there's $300 in the pot versus betting $300 when there's $100 in the pot. How often do I have to get called on the river when I bet 300 versus 100? Well, if someone calls me for $300, I only have to have that one time versus 3 times when it's 100. So yes, the razor thin value is good, but you can make arguments for all different kinds of bet sizing in Omaha, especially it's all player dependent, right? Every player plays differently. You have some players who are going to call smaller bets versus some players who like calling bigger bets because they think players are bluffing. So it's all going to be very, very player dependent.
Of course, I've seen people pot it with a set when there's straights and flushes out there on Omaha. You just never know
I'll give you the other 2.
when you're good. Especially when you have a extra variance with the extra cards.
60.
Nick Resident here with a suited ace-king on the button. It looks like kind of a junky hand because he has 3 spades, but he still has a suited ace. He has position. He has a good stack. There's nothing wrong with raising with a hand like this here, even if you see 3 spades. To the newer players who see Omaha, yes, it's a little splashy, but it's more important to take control of the hand than it is necessarily than the quality of your cards in situations like this when people have limped in front of you.
I remember I put my initial 20 I put on there, ran up to like $1,900 and then moved it 30 hours. You river the nuts and all in.
I literally have
3 ways to the flop here. Mr. D gambling with the deuce, 9, 10 of spades.
2 pair, top pair.
Nobody really flopped much of anything. Gut shot from Nick, but it looks like a good flop for him to make a continuation bet on as he is representing an overpair. Everyone decides to check. I expect a bet from Nick here 100% of the time. Wow, taking a different line. I would have thought he had an overpair and would have represented it here with that board.
I'm missing the excitement.
Dean going to win the pot with 2 deuces because no one else has anything.
Mickey, did you tighten up over there or something? You quit playing?
But fires 100 on the river and they all fold.
I'm pretty sure I have
$300 pot goes to Dean.
Oh, bless
No
you.
pair.
Oh my goodness.
Mr. D.
We'll see. I think I had 6.
Now you're missing.
stack of chips.
I'm in for 1,000.
Well, you're barely getting. I guess
Missing out on this great
Where you
deal,
are.
man.
You warned them up for you. There are.
No time,
It's not like just a random deuce.
no time, no fee.
It's as professional as we can get.
I'm ready to see that. Come on. I want to go back to days where the hand sanitizer sit on the butt.
Everybody had a little
Like,
in
you
Vegas.
did.
That's all you can do.
I did a lot of things I did not go.
I
played
did.
some-
Oh.
The day that they
Playing some
reopened
underground
everything,
games
they
in
did.
Houston that was. This is like in the middle and people, everybody's thinking everybody's gonna die. World's gonna
I
end.
couldn't be
I want to
anything.
play some.
Like from a standpoint of like,
Yeah.
how
I
you
am
can storm that
in my
first.
30s. I'm extremely
Yes.
healthy.
Okay, the 2-card game.
If this is what takes me out, then
Maybe I'll win a hand.
I don't want
My ex-wife and I traveled a while. We went to
John
Vegas like 3
Fromsky and
times. Bellagio had. We
Yeah.
got the Fountain View room top for like $50. $50.
Yeah, because there's no one coming.
No one's
Mr.
coming.
D
And
first
it's
to
awesome.
act
They're
here
so
with the
nice.
straddle on the button. Queen 10 of clubs.
hopefully y'all.
Everybody now wants to play.
I like it.
Hopefully y'all invested.
Yeah.
If you're gonna play hands
I
like
had a
that,
buddy
guys,
that was telling me the
you
whole time,
need to be
invest
raising
in
with
cruise
them.
lines.
Yeah.
In the cruise line, and he did heavily.
Right here.
You know what you find out calling? Almost
I'll do the
nothing.
Netflix poop cruise.
Take the initiative.
Every time
Raise with
a
the hands like
cruise
Queen
line will
Ten
come out and
suited.
says,
Don't
we're
just call with
holding
them.
everybody out.
Yeah.
You know,
It's important to have the control
and
and hold.
and then their stock price would just drop. He'd put in another 10,000.
Yeah. That's a great investment. 'Cause you
Just
do-
on the cruise
Cruises
line.
are up. Cruises are back. Yeah.
Yeah.
They're
As
gonna
you can see,
if
look
they
at all
don't
the
come
bad
back,
hands he's getting called by.
One's dead.
dead.
Yeah.
So that's his.
I
So my whole
love
now
going
problem.
on
Then,
cruise.
oh,
I
well,
wish
Look
I
at
money's
would've
not
the
gonna
reader
matter.
on the left. Queen 10 of clubs
No,
has the most
that's what
equity
I
in
should've
this
went
pot.
with.
Got one coming
Oh,
up
here,
in
Queen, all the
October.
guns. Yeah.
Queen
Yeah,
4-8,
stockings.
Yeah,
middle
we're gonna
pair
take
for
our
Nick,
daughter
gut
for
shot
her
for
10th
Johnny,
birthday,
and top
yeah.
pair for Mr. D. I expect
Gave her
about a
the-
half
5 days
pot.
or 7?
Okay.
It's just a 3-day. We took,
Okay,
gave her the choice.
Mr. D flops top pair and checks it. Pot control line here. If the turn is a blank, you can bet he's going to be betting the turn.
Bet it would have been a blast.
God knows. I wanna wear a mask.
Interesting turn card.
Gary
Puts
turn.
3 diamonds out
Super. I
there.
was, that's not, I would have
Universal nights, right?
So anyhow,
This is super
she
clean.
said she wanted to go on the Disney cruise. I said, okay, that's what we'll do.
55.
So I priced it.
Hard to
and I was
fault Nick
like,
for betting the 8 here, right, Travis? Nobody bet the flop. You
Well,
got to
it
think,
was-
okay, I have the best hand.
he told
No
us
one
what
has a
we
queen.
were doing. I'm taking her to Disney.
Wrong.
on her
Exactly,
birthday. The day
and
of her birthday, she'll go to Disney.
I feel like he
The day
senses a
before her
little bit of
birthday, she'll
weakness,
go to
might think
Universal.
that his diamond
And then
could
the weekend
possibly
before,
be
she'll have
good.
the
I like
work
his
on
bet.
Bahamas.
I would have bet his hand too
Hey,
after
you
everybody
all
checked
of
the
that.
flop.
Close.
Now, granted, it's going to go check here, and Dina's going to win the pot. Nick has showdown value, so I don't see him betting the river.
Okay.
Are y'all adopted?
Unless he thinks he has the bluff.
That's all
But I
I
think
said.
he's just
I
going
mean,
to check
it's
the river here. I think he has showdown
I saw
value.
a guy roll up in the
Oh,
hallway.
nope. Okay, he's
Within-
betting the river.
A minute.
It was clean.
Gone.
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 And he
I mean,
got
they
out
were
a better
gone.
hand.
They were.
Very
No,
impressive
it's
with
not
Nick
because
there.
it's just slower. It was literally because she said
Impressive
she wanted
poker
a
right
Disney
there.
cruise. That just didn't sound
That's the
fun
turn
to
with the
me
worst
because-
hand. Gets called by a better hand.
So I knew I could
Bets
at
the
least,
river
you
with the
know,
worst hand.
have the casino
Best
on.
hand folds.
That's
That's poker right there.
I wanna
You don't
go
need to have pocket
play
aces.
cards.
You don't need to have
And I
kings.
free
You don't
cruise
need to have a
for-
set.
we have our
Sometimes you
cruise
just got to be willing to fire.
Of course, just like we saw earlier with the 7 deuce hand,
The
you can
previous
have the
house.
worst hand in poker and still somehow come out
Before you even get off
ahead
the boat.
Yeah,
and win a
So
nice
if you go
pot.
gamble, they'll give you.
Before you even get off the boat,
Yeah.
they'll give you
Comps.
comps. Oh, absolutely.
yeah, so I have
They
that
want you
and
back.
the drink
They,
package.
yeah.
So
Because
it's-
it's something really both.
Jeff and Mr. D
I think it's like
up top with the
$1,000.
biggest
What's-
mostly Jeff though,
Yeah, I feel like
as we've notated many times on stream tonight.
Buy at the shop.
Yep, 84,
They put a
74.
dollar spend on you before you even leave the boat. Yeah. They say, okay,
Ironically,
yeah.
The 2 biggest users have the highest VPIP.
while you're on the
You
boat.
don't see that
Do
way.
they do the
Actually,
I know
you
Disney
kind
did
of
the
do,
Disney.
guys. Not gonna lie. Typically, the high,
Oh, you can charge
in games like this, if you have an 80, 70 VPIP, you are gambling. And guys, it is hard to win all the pots.
where you are, what you're spending,
So if you're not winning all the
what
pots,
you can buy.
you're likely losing a lot of the pots.
Right, very
Keep that in
We went to
mind.
Mexico and stopped.
I just have warm.
It's fun to see the flops, but seeing them over and over and over, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60,
Oh,
not
no.
winning any of them.
Done it for like 3 days.
There is times where you can have a premium and you'll just throw it away because you're not always guaranteed to hit the flop perfectly.
Yeah. It's hard to flop a pair.
Doctor, what medication?
It is hard to flop a pair.
Just stop it. Never like. Sure.
Like they had everything.
Interesting hand right here. Nicole decides to bet middle pair in a multi-way pot. 2 diamonds out there. fires out for $20, and Nick decides to raise with a gut shot and the ace of hearts.
I tried to block
Now
y'all.
Clutch looks down. Bottom with a bottom set. 3 bets it, and everybody snap bucks. Unfortunately for Clutch, no one else really had anything. Nick was just trying to steal the pot from Nicole. Would have worked,
With me.
but ran into a set.
Oh yeah, not with me. I don't know. I think it was good.
Don't you just hate when you make a play, you can get a better hand out, and then all of a sudden you ran into 3 of a kind from a third player in the hand?
I had a massive hand, but I was like trying to just up stakes. It was a wet board, you know what I'm saying?
I mean, I'm thinking maybe if he had the draw for the higher straight, I might have called that just to see, but also looking like, I don't know, with Nick's stack size, I probably would have called with the higher straight draw, but obviously the lower one, if that magic card that comes out, you never know. I've had it happen multiple times where you hit the wheel and then you get hit with the 6-high straight.
Nicole saying some very kind words in the booth there about my commentating last week, and somebody said that we were both doing a good job tonight. So
that's very much appreciated.
Thank you all to everyone listening. Thank you all to the players as well. This is fun for both of us. We both love the game. We both love talking about the hands. Anyone who plays poker can tell a bad beat story. Anyone's heard a million bad beat stories, and we've all likely told several. So it's fun. It's fun to have the conversations and discuss the strategy with the players and get other people's perspectives on the game. We enjoy doing it. So thanks for having us.
I like that saying, rounders. Not many people know how they got to where they were, but everyone knows their bad beats.
That's right.
Who doesn't want to be on camera? I'm going to make a little video for my social media.
Mr. D coming out with trip fours.
Yep, Ace Jack dominated by Ace Jack pre-flop, but as you can see, turn the tables here and flop trip 4s. You can't see Jeff's hands. Jeff's got the mystery hand. We're going to go ahead and play a hand with Jeff right now. Guys, what do you think Jeff has? Tell me in the comments. Jeff just flat calls here, the 10-4-4 board. Glenn peels with ace high as well. Turn's going to come a 7.
Right? They're watching going, gosh.
Check the Dean. I don't like that. I'm being perfectly honest.
Right now. But it's
not
the views.
What do we just have here? There's $305 in the pot. We have 3 4s, and Dean goes all in for 502. But it does it in a matter of 10 seconds.
Hi, everybody.
The problem with this is now you're only going to get called by better hands. All the 10s can't call you. Over pairs are going to fold to you.
I feel like maybe on that hand he might be just trying to get that flush draw out of there and see if his bottom trips are good.
That could be true. But as you know, they both called a bet on the flop, and there was only 1 spade on the flop, so it's tough to put the players on like backdoor spades specifically.
Of course.
I think a lot of times I understand Glenn peeled there with just 2 overcards with a 10 on the flop. He's guessing maybe the players had a 10, but it's tough. Dean shoved for 502 when there's $300 in the pot. When you're getting called there, you're not getting called with hands that are worse than the hand that he had. You know what I'm saying? Like, ace 10 is not going to call you. They're in a 3-way pot. They're good enough to know that, like, a player can have a 4 in that spot. So I would have liked a smaller bet from Dean there. Maybe 150 into half the pot. Maybe even 200. But 500 is just too much because you're not going to get the weaker hands to call you for value. And poker is about getting weaker hands to call you for value. It's tough to do that if you run all the value out of the pot. No disrespect to Dean, of course, but just an analysis of the bet sizing in that hand. I just would have liked the smaller bet size on the turn there. Picking up the action again.
That's a good idea.
If I ever have
Who did what, Travis? Did you see it?
I actually missed that.
There it is. I see now. Jeff, raise it up to $50. Ace 8 of spades.
Yeah, I was just trying to get
Everybody folds. Nobody else had anything.
Oh, you're just let me know.
Wait till you want done.
I can't do that, man.
I don't know. I was thinking.
But I get your vibe, so I'm gonna do it. Okay.
Right now, Clutch, our biggest winner, up almost 1,500. Right now, Jeff, our biggest loser, down almost 1,600. But as we know, we are back in Omaha, and what happens in Omaha? The money goes in. Time to play some big pots. See if some people can get out of the trap. See if some people can
That
get
was last
winner.
hand, so I was like, okay, I'll play nice.
To the person in the comments, where is this? We are at Cypress, Texas. We're at the Doghouse Social Club. We are live streaming a 2-5 round of each game. Welcome to the stream.
Very convenient location, too. We're right next door to Buc-ee's off of 290. Very easy to exit and just pull right into the parking lot. You know where the Buc-ee's is at? You can literally pull into the parking lot and you're right there.
Is it good? Huh? Cypress Poker Club. I'm sorry, I said Cypress Social Club. My bad. Doghouse Poker Club. I didn't say Cypress. We're in Cypress, Texas at Doghouse Social Club, but it's Doghouse Poker Club. Sorry, I guess I'm a little dyslexic after all.
Posted by the cashier. Different combination of cards you have. Really high probability. It's low probability.
The registration about to close in our $3,000 tournament tonight with 25 entrants. Maybe an overlay, may not. I don't know how many add-ons are going to be. We'll let you know here in a minute. If you didn't get a chance to come out and play tonight, if you missed the tournament tonight, we have a $7,000 guaranteed round of each black chip bounty partner tournament tomorrow night. If you don't have any partners that you'd like to play with, I'm sure we can find someone up here who also is in the same boat you are.
It's easier to be one person now. I'll go and check.
You got enough room?
That'd be great. You get a lot of
Mr. D making 3 10s on the river here. Jeff didn't have much, though.
I've actually had more 7-2.
Winning another pot, getting close to getting out of the trap now here. Down only $50 US. Almost even
Excuse me. When you let
after
people
his
live,
rough
they
start.
already committed $10. Why does he get to see it for free?
I didn't get to see it for free, but man, I got great odds.
Reminder, guys, we still are playing the 7-deuce game. If you win a pot with the 7-deuce, whether it be suited, offsuit, whatever, if you win a pot with the 7-deuce, all the other players are going to owe you $10. So far, Dean has been the only one to do it. I feel like they should raise the stakes each time they do it, right? So, like, if you do it for $10 the first time, it's $20 the next time, $30 the next time, $40. Huh? Ah, okay.
That couple in a long time.
I didn't see it.
Kevin Pham asks, is there a 1-2 game going on? Yes, sir. There is 2 1-2. Bring it in for 5. No limit hold'em games with one hand of pot Limit Omaha. Alternatively, if no limit hold'em is not your game and you prefer pot Limit Omaha, we do have 2 tables going on right this second. We also have 4 people on the wait list, so there's a possibility we can start another game up.
That's right, guys. We get back to our 5th table. Poker Girl is raising a pot, coming in with the King Jack. Jeff is calling with a very speculative 8 of clubs, deuce of hearts. A little on the looser side for me, but gamble away, your money, brother. Glenn also calls in the hijack with the Queen 4 of hearts. 9-9-6 on flop. Nobody hit anything. Typically in this spot, whoever showed the most aggression is going to win the pot. And that's exactly what happened. Yes, she had the best hand, but did she really like the hand on 9-9-6? Did you really like King Jack offsuit? No, you didn't. But she was the most aggressive player before the flop and after the flop, showing That's the big thing in this game, guys. Aggression. Blind aggression will take you a long way in this game.
One of those things where half the time you just have to make your own action, even if you don't have a very good hand. There's a famous saying out there, if you don't like the cards you're dealt, change the way you play your hand.
That's right. That's right, exactly right. I said blind aggression, I meant timed aggression.
I can go one of two ways.
As you can see, the stacks are much, much deeper now. When the game started, we had a few $200 stacks. Now we have 5 players who have over 1,000.
That's the beauty of Texas poker. The game can start off small, but it can get big really fast.
That's right. We still got a few hours to go too, Travis. I'm expecting to see some big pots.
Especially when we get back to the PLO this next go around.
That's right. A few more hands away. Guts looking down at 2 jacks. Limps in here. Very strange spot to limp with 2 jacks, unless he's planning a limp re-raise here.
But now we're just trying to get it going.
I don't know. Let's see what he does here. I like to raise when I got 2 jacks.
Like literally, I'm sitting here. There's like 3 other people. There's 6 tables going. No one wanted to get on 40. I'm like, gotcha.
All right. Guts is going to just very, very slow play his hand here. Maybe he's scared of 2 jacks. I don't know. 2 jacks is a tough hand to play. There's all kinds of YouTube videos about how tough it is to play.
Danny, you falling asleep over there? Hey, send me a reminder tomorrow.
All right. With that $10 bet on the turn here, we learned a couple of things. Guts knows his 2 jacks is probably the best hand now when he just called on the turn. But it's going to go check, check, and 2 jacks are going to win the hand. That $10 defensive bet that he made on the turn there when the other 3 came out gets a lot of information for Guts there, especially with how quickly Cam called. Knowing that, it's easy for Guts to know that he doesn't have a king. He wouldn't have played a king that way, so he knows on the turn the 2 jacks are probably the best hand. A queen's a bad card for his hand on the river, but 2 jacks, had Cam bet the river, I would imagine 2 jacks would have called.
Can I get a? Let me get a. Oh yeah. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just messing with you.
I'll take those seconds, please. Those seconds.
There he is. That's
an old one, huh?
Yeah.
I do hate
When I
that.
talk about it.
Jack's such a fun play. You can play 3 ways.
Yeah.
And all
An hour
the ways
later,
you play
like,
them.
I play weird silver on.
Yeah, that's the only way you can play them. I mix it up, but it's just hard to flop.
TBS.
Everything
Everybody.
bothers you. If you get into the flop, you're still screwed because you have to play it post flop.
Straddle on the button from Nick here.
Tournaments I usually don't.
You normally play, but you're working on it.
Yeah, I would have called.
Johnny with one of my favorite hands in the deck, the Jack 10 of clubs. What a beauty. Raises, oh, just calls, I'm sorry. Just calls it. Mr. D is going to raise it with Queen Jack. Jeff with another speculative hand, the 8-4 of diamonds. Call that the Bellagio. I think I just saw somebody fold the Jack 10 of hearts. That couldn't have been right. Interesting flop here. Middle pair for Johnny, top pair for Dan. He's going to bet here, and I expect a call from Johnny. Nick is raising with the 7-4.
Figure that one out later. No, what would Steve work here? I'm saying because you're not in the front desk.
Interesting spot for Dean here. Now he's going to have to play top pair and just a mediocre kicker out of position for 2 more streets against a good player here. Nick doesn't have anything on this flop, but I like his aggressive bet here
Gladiator, or is that this weekend?
to try to take it down. Let's see if he loses Dean on the turn. He did turn some equity with the pair of 7s, and that's a bad thing. Now Dean knows he has the best hand. When Nick just checks the turn after he raises the flop, Dean should know that he has the best hand on the red here. He can comfortably bet the river here with Queen Jack. That's too much. I would have liked a little smaller bet and hope that a 10 called me. But Nick may look at it like Dean missed a draw, and he may think his 7's good. It's very, very possible. Sitting there thinking, can I hero call with third pair here? Did Dean miss? Does Dean bluff enough for this to be a profitable call for me with just third pair here? It's a tough decision. He can only beat bluffs. It's not like he has a value hand.
They call me clutch. Yeah. Well, actually, no one calls me clutch.
Well,
a raise would be absolutely sick. Like, sick.
Even with the raise, I don't think that Dean would go anywhere, considering that Nick has been in the tank for the last minute or so, so there's no way that...
Right, the way the hand played out.
Exactly.
What's your name?
well, my dad's is fixed up.
Keeps trying to tell himself. I've been in his shoes. He's telling himself right now he has the King Jack or the Jack 9. I have the best hand. What is he doing? Would he bet a queen just one pair this way? It feels like he missed. He's all of these conversations he's carrying on with himself right now with a hand like this. He's genuinely thinking he has the best hand. He's not pausing and posturing for the clock. He thinks he has the best hand.
He does.
And he calls. Pays it off. And actually, it's hard to blame. Understanding Nick's thought process on the hand, I've been in his spot. If I'm going to call with his hand, I probably call with his hand faster than he did. Because the way Dean played his hand, he played his hand like he missed a draw. Dean raised it pre-flop.
Come on, guys. Someone's got to drink with me.
Bet the flop. Got raised and then called. Well, there's two Broadway cards out there on the flop. When you get raised and you just call the raise, it looks like Dean has some kind of Broadway draw and not top pair. So Nick took that opportunity as turning a 7 that, okay, he probably missed the river here. Decided to throw in the $250 hero call. Happened to be wrong. Dean wins the pot. Sorry, that was a long-winded explanation. Excuse me.
I'm here all the time.
When you see it on the stream, you'll find it interesting.
I really thought you had too bad. I thought you were going to make the call.
No, I just had a bluff catcher. I just didn't think that, I didn't think a queen goes for that value, that size of value.
Yeah.
It's really bluffing. Like, cause all straight romance, all flush draws miss.
Well, that's why I felt more confident about it.
Laying over here raising with King 10.
Because usually if I would have done that, I just snap fold.
Got a couple callers from Cam with Ace 10, Nick with 6-5 of spades. Mr. D calling with 10-9 off. Jeff, the initial straddler, 7-3.
Oopsie meter.
Looks like he just decided to stick in. Mentioned sticky players, and he's going to fold right after Dean makes the bet right on the flop with top pair of 9s with a 10. Cam over here with a
nut flush draw.
I'm so drunk I can feel my hangover already.
Nice.
Don't expect to see him go anywhere. Just peels there with the nut flush draw. 2 overcards. A 10 would be a really interesting turn card here. For Dean is probably going to think he still has the best hand. When he just gets called on the flop here.
Before you go to bed.
Check, check.
Oh, before you go to bed? Ibuprofen in the water?
Cam's going to try to steal it. Dean's going to call. That's what's going to happen.
quick.
Oh.
What?
Like hydration real quick. And then you don't have the aches when you wake up.
That was interesting. But probably
He
he's thinking maybe
just-
that he had a queen or something throwing out a bet on the river.
He instantly folded. That's surprised me a little bit.
Early too. Man, I got.
He just basically instantly folded top pair there. I mean, the queen is an irrelevant card.
You got the sequence? What if I want that sequence?
Huh.
I didn't know he got it.
I wonder what Dean thought that he had.
I'm not my brother. Now, if Christian was here, I'd give him 200 and say, hey, go make me money.
I'm one of them.
That would surprise me a little bit, honestly. Would have expected him to call there.
I'll get it. Just drop it off.
Drop it off on him.
We'll get it.
You can see my root.
It's like a shot.
Back to 4-card poker.
Legit tea.
Everybody's favorite.
Cheers, guys.
Got
Cheers, cheers, cheers.
Here.
Hey,
You're welcome.
when plan A doesn't work, give her plan B. Cheers.
I
knew exactly where you're
What the hell?
You're gonna make fans.
See, Mama, I need to be able to hear you.
going. Anyone tells me polluted does not bring some fun.
I know, right? That's what I need. I got bored. I had to turn it off.
Gonna move on past the lightly misogynistic comment and get back to the action here. First hand of Omaha. 9-7-6, 3 hearts, got a fold. Jeff's gonna raise it up with the queen, 9-10. Beautiful hand here. Queen of hearts, queen of clubs, and the 9-10 of diamonds. Couple of 8s for Poker Girl with a suited 9-8 of spades and kings for Cam. A lot of gambling hands here. I love this. I love this. This is why the game is so beautiful. You have 4 hands that just are all just good-looking Omaha hands. I expect the 4-way to the flop. Poker Girl may fold, but otherwise I expect everyone else to see the flop. Yep. I don't fault her for calling either.
I didn't see one of your cards though.
Okay, the king. the king. He must have seen the king. That's why he folded. It was only $80 more for Cam to see the flop, and he folded 2 kings. He must have accidentally seen Nicole's king. I don't know. That's going to be an action flop. Gut shot straight flush draw for Poker Girl. Queen high spade draw for Nick. Up and down straight draw and overpair for Jeff, for Sticky Jeff, who doesn't like to fold. I expect a 3-way flop here, 3-way action here, especially for how little Nicole has. She's also open-ended. I don't expect her to fold for a few hundred.
Let's go.
Yep,
We
let's go. That's right. Let's go. We gambling, she says.
Gambling.
Very, very interesting board here. All 3 hands, all worth seeing a turn card here. Jeff's got the overpair and an open-ended straight draw. Poker Girl's got a gut shot straight flush draw with an open-ended straight draw. Nick has a queen high spade draw, gut shot straight draw. And backdoor nut clubs. You know what the card I want for maximum cardage? I want the 5 of clubs on the turn. Give me the 5 of clubs, and we're pinning this on YouTube.
That'll be some prime, real content for the page.
5 of clubs. Oh, 3. Nick picked up a pair, which even gives him more equity now. Look at the equity on your screen right now. Nick has bottom pair, which is technically in 3rd place, but he has the most equity to win the pot. That's Omaha for you. He has 1 pair, but he is going to win this pot 50% of the time.
You got a nice hand.
I am drawing to the nuts.
I saw that. I had 2 of them.
Jeff, believe it or not, is still ahead with just 1 small pair of queens here.
I have a monster in my
Let's see what the river comes. Ace of spades. Nick is going to scoop the entire pot.
Oh, God.
Nice size pot too. $2,152.
That's right.
Then I had
$2,152.
that. Then I had that.
And we still have lots of play left. As we were saying earlier, these hands are just going to get bigger and bigger the more that people come in and reload. This is Texas poker at its finest right here.
Where am I going?
Starts off small and then just gradually gets bigger and bigger.
Look at that VPIP. 82, 72, 63, 51, 48.
Not for 300 more.
I was just trying.
All right, guys, I've got a new dealer coming.
Thank you.
I noticed Clutch has got the 48, but he was a little more active early on, kind of preserving that nice win he has right now, up about $1,500.
I was going to call it 110, but I happened to see one. Yeah, I couldn't help it. I was like, I got to think she's having.
If you happen to see one, it's like fun. Like,
What do I do?
yeah, you can't.
It was like King, 8-9 or something. Nothing. Great. I was definitely.
All right, guys, I'm going to step out for a quick second. I will be back momentarily.
All right, Travis, thanks for being here.
Well, 500?
We do have a wait list, guys, so the open seat right now is going to be filled.
Yeah. The bank will bill her.
Oops, sorry.
Just 3K?
Hey, tomorrow night is a 7K black chip bounty.
No, here's the
R.O.E.
thing. She's bringing it. I love that. She thought it was hers. It's the same material.
Teammate one, right?
Yeah.
Nothing really.
I like that one. I played it before. That's it.
I'll get some.
We have a dealer change right now. Welcome to the game, Freddie.
I had 2 different straight draws. Like, it was
Thank you for locking it in for a few hours, Nicole. I mean, not Nicole, I'm sorry, Elizabeth. I was looking down at Nicole on the picture right now. Thank you for locking it in for a few hours, Elizabeth. I'm sure we're going to see you in a few more minutes.
Yellow love it.
Yeah, it just was.
One long.
10 on the button. Players 1,000 behind C2. Yes. 50.
Straddle's on. Raise it to 50.
50. 3 raises. 4 fold, 5 fold.
Jeff has a couple of kings. Ace, king of clubs.
6 fold, 8 fold, 9 fold.
Cam with a little straight flush connecting type hand. 3-card, call that a 3-card rundown.
Button fold.
Everybody all with playable hands. Suited, nut diamonds for clutch. 4-card rundown for Dean. 3-card rundown for clutch.
Can't get shit.
Those are just 4 Omaha hands. Let's see what flops.
Come on, Timmy,
9-3 deuce. That's going to be an action flop.
Tim.
Mr. D flops a straight draw. Jeff flops the nut flush draw and an overpair. Cam flops top pair. The only one who really missed was Mickey.
When do you take off, Timmy? Next week?
That's 175.
Last second.
1 fold.
Lucky skunk.
How much was that? 200 in the middle.
Mike's there right now.
205 in the middle.
Yeah, Mike's there right now.
I think it is.
Huh?
Mr. D looking down just doesn't think he has enough of it here to peel a turn card. He is open-ended, but as you can see, Jeff has one of his aces. There's clubs out there. He's probably going to let this one go, yep. He needed a pair, I think, to continue there.
I was just wondering if you had a pair.
Another pair.
Like ace king clubs.
Another set.
I don't know what to do here.
Button right.
Flush draws out there.
It is an equity right here.
No, I'm not.
So when
I'm
the
good.
turn I want to drag you out of here.
They
Too
won't.
straight.
I gotta drive home all the way to Seabrook.
Yeah,
Bring it back.
yeah, 2-3 draws.
Oh, okay. Working on it.
And a 1 pair.
10 on the button.
We have to show them. I had ace 3 something, so the wheel rolls. Well, I got
Most of the time, jam it all in there. It goes frick.
Too many outs.
Too many outs in it. It's a real thing.
Picking up the Omaha action again. Straddle into the gun. $40 here. Glenn's going to make it with 2 kings and the ace-king of diamonds.
8 folds, 9 folds.
Cam is being a little splashy. I like it. He's got enough chips to do so. 3-card rundown, queen, 9-8, some suited, kind of semi-connected cards.
Good? Replay. Good?
That's got my meow back.
Queen, jack, 10-7, double suited on the button. I kind of thought Jeff might have 3-bet that one. That's a good hand to 3-bet, but it just calls the button here. Glenn flops top pair. Top pair sometimes feels like top set on this board, especially when you're the pre-flop aggressor. Oftentimes, people in Omaha give people credit as being the pre-flop aggressor for automatically having pocket aces. That's obviously not always the case, but is the first hand that people think that others have. Big turn card for Jeff here. Turns a straight flush draw and a double gutter. He couldn't have asked for a better turn card unless he maybe the 9 of hearts. Glenn's going to make another small continuation bet here. Jeff calls pretty quickly. Glenn's going to know that Jeff is still drawing with how quickly he called. Blank on the river. Glenn's going to be pretty sure he has the best hand. I would check here if I were him, hoping let Jeff bluff the river. But he may value bet this hand. I don't understand value betting here because Jeff didn't play the hand like he had an ace. He played the hand like he had a draw.
Yeah, I was going to say, what did you do as a GM?
And how do you get money out of a hand that played like they draw that missed the river? You check the river and let them bluff. So let's see what Glenn does here. Bet and quick fold.
Doesn't sound exciting, but
I just want to know, how do you go?
I went to the desert of Kuwait during Iraqi freedom, which was the coolest thing ever. I saw so many military vehicles. When I flew home,
Beautiful.
What rocks they got there? Wait.
Mainly the ones we were after were limestones. There's a ton of oil over there, so it was really crazy. So it was,
Oh, you were a geologist for a while.
service company.
Great turn card there for Jeff. Terrible river.
No.
He hasn't had too many good rivers tonight. As you can see, he's down
Flew over
like
there, and I
2,500.
was out there in the desert for the whole month of like pretty much from Thanksgiving till Christmas.
Has not run very well.
Pulling everybody out during Iraqi freedom. And every day,
10 on the button.
2 F-16s would blast over our heads at like 500 feet, doing almost Mach 1. And there's a sign outside the rig house that says, it was in Arabic, but it was step in tracks because there's still landmines. The Kuwaiti war.
10 on the button.
It was insane. Only drive in these areas.
5 folds, 6 folds. Change coming, 5.
Yeah, it was lovely. It was really cool. I learned at the time.
8 best 30.
Trophies home?
No, unfortunately.
9
I did
folds.
get some really good Cuban
1 fold.
when I was there.
2 folds. 4 folds.
So what makes
3 folds.
somebody say, I'm going to
4 players.
So my
Wow,
dad is an expert
Glenn
in
with
Cuban.
all the
So I
suited
used to
Broadway
live in
cards. Same suit, all
And
diamonds.
he found some really big oil, or really big gas finds in Southeast Asia. And
I got you. That makes a little
And he
more
flops
sense.
2 pair and the nuts straight with it. Is it funny? Omaha, a funny game. Jeff's not going anywhere, though. He flopped a king high flush draw. He's not exactly in the folding mood either.
3 bets 70.
As you can see, he leads out and bets $90, and Glenn might be trying to put it in his life here. Likely, he's going to put in a raise, but it's just to depend on when. He's either going to raise the turn here, or he's going to try to peel and make sure a heart doesn't come here. We'll see. He may go ahead and decide to raise here because he does have a free roll versus other naked ace queens, but he doesn't have any hearts.
260.
I like it. I like it. Raises about 3 times. Jeff's got hearts, and he's stuck a ton, so he's not going anywhere.
Super smart kids.
that's not even the most interesting.
Wow. Now 2 flush draws for Jeff.
Some geology.
The pot's only going to get bigger.
So marketing. And then I went to investor relations
What's been your favorite?
The nut straight and 2 pair for Glenn. King high hearts and 2 flush draws.
for everything.
King high hearts and 9 high spades for Jeff.
Can't have any grammatical mistakes. Everything is ready, and you get tore up.
Hello, I understand. I literally get people like, guys.
Seat open on the live
Look
stream.
at Hooker.
I'm a horrible speller. I'm great
Well,
with
thank
numbers,
God.
but can't
Let me
spell
tell you.
fuck.
They talk about they talk about
I feel your pain on that.
Jeff's going to call in 3.5 nanoseconds.
Where has this been on my
Not in the folding mood. Don't blame him.
every time I've
We
Every
don't
email
get out
I
of the
send,
trap by folding.
If somebody, every
Get in
email
there.
that is going to someone at my level or above.
The river
also check
is
it.
the blank of all blanks.
exactly. I have to write something. I'm like,
Increase my IQ by about 35 points.
yeah.
Make this respectful and friendly, and
Yeah.
because I come off like I was younger, like they were like, you come off really harsh on email. I go, oh okay,
It's
that's
an
the thing.
email.
But
People shouldn't. It's an email.
But no, I get the same thing because
I see you, Glenn. I've never seen you before, but I can tell you know what you're doing. All the little tells, not giving anything away, looking down at your hand again, making sure you have the nuts, but trying to make sure you don't look too excited for Jeff. You're not invited to my home game. I'm just kidding, Glenn. You're a nice guy, but you're not invited to my home game.
You did that with
I didn't know. Well, I was in sales at the time. Technical sales. So I was there for a conference with my wife out there. Turkey's such a great country.
You know, I've been dealing here at Doghouse for a couple of years, and I deal to most of these people before. I have not dealt to Glenn before. I have not dealt to Cam before. I don't recognize either one of them before, honestly.
wow.
But I have dealt to most of these other players, and I've been playing with Mickey for a better part of a decade, and Mickey is tough. He is what I would consider a rock, and Nick is a very creative player. He has the ability to pull any trigger with any hand at any time, and you just can't say that for everybody. Nicole is an absolute savage at times. I mean, I've seen her just be a crusher and just run up the biggest stack you can't even see, that she can't even see over. Johnny, the same thing too. Johnny, at Hold'em and Omaha, I've seen Johnny run up some pretty big stacks before. You know, Dean's capable as well. He's been playing for years. Everybody here is a capable player. And now they've all got capable players with capable hands. Beautiful hand from Jeff. Queen Jack 10-8, 3 clubs. Who cares that it's 3 clubs? It's still Queen Jack 10-8. Suited ace from Nick.
I was asking if you were any more behind.
4-card rundown from Clutch. We're going to see a 5-way flop here
May
for
not
sure.
get it next week.
8 calls, 9 folds.
I would just plan
One
for
call.
it not.
2 calls.
Well,
5 players.
it's July. It's 4th of July. We'll talk about it later.
Cold water. 6 checks.
Not much of anything for anybody right here. Got a gut shot. Got 1 pair. Nobody's got much of anything.
6 checks, 8 checks.
One of those instances where everyone starts with a strong hand and nothing really comes. But now we have Jeff and Cam both with queens. However, Jeff is leading with higher kickers.
Mr. D leads out with no outs. Trying to take the pot down, represent that queen. But unfortunately, he has ran into the other 2 queens. There are not 5 in this deck, and it looks like either Jeff
3 players.
or Cam is going to win this pot, or Dean with a world-class bluff. Let's see what happens. $700 in the pot going to the river. The river's the 10 of spades, and Jeff makes the mortal nuts, as does Cam. They're going to split this pot unless somebody does something crazy and folds the nuts.
One of those,
Will Dean try to sell this story? Nope. Realized 2 other players called him, and he ran into a better hand. Kind of a bad beat for Jeff here, though. He's just been getting run over and trucked all night long. He finally makes the nuts and runs into somebody else who also has the nuts. Kind of a bad beat for him. He doesn't like getting raised on the river because now he knows somebody else has the nuts. Kind of a bad beat.
Only for less. He's full of 10.
stop, chop, chop, stop. Here what, chop.
You got my freeze.
See it open.
I was not thinking
Saw that?
shop
Come on.
for sure.
See it open. Come on, get over here. Come on.
Yeah, I think so. I don't recall
Yeah.
any other ones.
Have you seen my cards? You've watched it. My cards have some.
Drinks and food on me. Come on.
Ace five spades.
Thank you.
Ooh, whiskey!
Yeah, same queen, two different things.
I like chicken.
So queen deuce or queen bar, whatever. Down there. Queen something. Queen something.
3,500 in the prize pool tonight in the bankroll builder. Going to be 1,400 going to first, all the way down to 355 for fourth. And then I'm getting 25 players. Not a bad turnout. A little slow for a Friday night, if I'm being honest, but that's all right. It is summertime, and they can't all be home runs. The last few weeks here, every night has been swamped. Every tournament has been slammed. I expect Sunday to be massive here. Our 10K free roll always brings out huge crowds.
4-hour stream.
Queen, 10-7, Mr. D. We call these bad queens whenever there are no suit with them, but they're still worthy of a call. It is the third best pair in the game. Nothing wrong with limping in with them, regardless of them being suited or not. Cam with probably the best hand in the other group. 2 pair in your hand. Once set, going to flop a set once out every 4 times. There it is right there.
9 check. 1 check. 2 bet 40.
Dean's going to bet with his overpair. And he's probably going to get raised from Cam right here. There it is.
125.
And I don't see Dean continuing because he doesn't have a straight draw or a flush draw, which kind of makes the bet on the flop not make a ton of sense either, unless you're just trying to essentially bluff everyone out of the pot. Yes, it's an overpair, but like it's an overpair and no draw. Nothing wrong with trying to pick up little pots too. You can't be a winning player without trying to pick up small pots. But in Omaha too, you also don't want to be betting into dead equity. What does that mean? It's like when you have very, very marginal hands and you're betting into boards that can't really improve your hand and you get called in 1 or 2 spots, you're betting into dead equity because unless you can improve, you don't know where you're going to be at against hands that call you in when you have marginal hands on the flop, which I would consider 2 queens on that board a marginal hand on that flop. Especially not having a straight draw or flush draw. That's right, big hand for Glenn, Adnan. Back when he made the nuts straight with 2 pair. Hand number 46 now. Dean has a straddle on again one more time.
Now,
3 calls.
4 hearts in Jeff hand, but also connected cards. Couple of jacks and some straight cards for Glenn. Raises it up. Poker Girl has a lot of his outs, but calls. Suited ace for Cam.
Go.
4-card rundown for Nick. He's never folding a hand like that on the button.
Damn right.
Did anybody fold?
1 person.
2.
2 people.
Mickey. The 2 tightest.
See, 3, 4, 5 is. Oh, 3, 4, 5.
Mickey
8
folding
needs
the
to
king
rescan.
10-4-3 double suited.
4, 5.
Definitely the only player at the table that would fold a hand like that.
9 folds. 1
Where's the
fold.
reader at? Center?
That general area.
2 calls. 3 calls.
I don't blame him though. Mickey may be a pretty good PLO player, but he is a much stronger Hold'em player, especially in lineups like these.
6 players.
He needs to be playing the games that he has his best advantage in, and that's definitely Texas Hold'em for him. Couple of diamonds, ace, queen, 7 out there. No one has a flush draw. Couple of gut shots though.
4 check. 5 check. 6 check. 8 check. 2 check. 3
7. Nick binks 3 7s on the turn. No one else still has anything.
4 check.
Probably going to check and they get a small bet out of Nick, unless Cam looks like he's going to get a little splashy here. Yep, going to try to steal the pot with ace 9, 2 deuces here. Nick's just going to call with his 3 sevens.
3 fold, 3 fold.
No reason to raise here with 3 sevens and a 6 kicker. You don't love your hand.
4 fold, 5 fold. Heads up. Six check.
4 on the river does not
8 check.
do anything for
7.
anybody.
6 kicker.
Oh shit.
Ruben or 4?
I wonder, hindsight of course is 2020, but I wonder if Cam there fires a big pot-sized bluff on the river if Nick can call there with 3 sevens and a 6 kicker. I don't think so myself, especially now that he's winning. Sometimes people are a little bit tighter when they're winning. I don't know. We're not going to know, but would have been interesting to see if Cam had fired out a pot-sized bet on the
Big
river.
hand has a big card.
Would have been a tough decision.
Connected enough to do exactly.
It is definitely
Yeah,
interesting
yeah,
to see
I
how
like
people play when their stack size goes. I know sometimes I might be up a little bit and I'll get a little more splashier than usual. But also depends on the type of night too and my overall mindset.
And if you had one or two of those cervezas.
Yeah, I was playing.
No comment.
Back to the poker action here. Jeff's got the ace, king of clubs, and a jack. I see a raise in my future.
And then bucket. 4. Raise.
I also have noticed that when he's a little more meticulous with the cards in his hand, that he puts them across the reader, he typically has a bigger hand. One thing I've just kind of noticed. I'm not going to say this is a bigger hand, but just like a hand he's going to raise with, you know. Just struggling with the reader a little bit earlier.
We just got rid of you.
But we got a raise and a call from Cam, call from Dean. Don't expect Dean to fold a suited ace right now, given the player's action.
3 players.
Ace, ace, ace. All right, carnage. Not too much carnage, but top 2 pair for
She knows I do.
Jeff.
She knows I do.
Top pair for Dean. Needing a diamond, a jack, or a queen in a real fast way. There's the diamond. Now he's trapped into the turn. He's going to be forced to call a bet to the river. This is one of those tough parts about peeling a card with 1 pair on the flop and then turning a ton of equity. He had no equity on the flop. Now he turns equity and is unfortunately forced to call. If he misses diamonds, he just unfortunately run out. And he makes the nuts. That's poker. Backdoor nuts for Mr. D. Probably going to bet 600 or something. Nope, going to check.
From down south.
Hoping Jeff bets it again. 2 pair nuts. Nuts shown. There it is.
Has one for rent.
Obviously, at that point, he's probably trying to trap and see if Jeff would fire off to see where he's at.
Fire one more bullet.
Get a little more value out of it. So obviously, PLO, when you have the nuts and there's no pair on the board or anything, you're trying to see if you can squeeze just a little bit more. You don't want to get too greedy, unless you
Nothing to be afraid of.
completely want to destroy the person you're playing with.
Thank you, everybody.
Ice can't come in here.
Please don't.
I don't know.
You're not Mexican. Ice can't come in here. I'm scared. Scared of ice?
Yeah.
You're a dickhead.
Looks like we may have a new player coming to the game. It sounded like our friend Raymond. He's kind of a tight player, doesn't play many hands.
It's a good game, Raymond. You like
Just kidding, guys. Raymond is action.
Good.
Let's see if he's coming in.
Yeah, I think one came in. I don't know where.
I think I heard him say he was there. He was about to join the game.
Oh, wow.
There he is. Come on in, Raymond.
Well, now we know that these PLO hands are definitely going to be way more action than they already were.
We're on.
We just started the Hold'em side. Oh, hell no, I just beat them down. I don't know how to play two
They
cards.
told him they were playing Hold'em, and Raymond's already disappointed. Give him 4 cards. Switch it back to Omaha, guys. We do what Raymond wants. Put it back to Omaha. We want 2 rounds of Omaha. Let's go.
Hey, I can't. $30.
We're just kidding, guys. We're kidding.
Got 10 on the button.
If you win with 7 deuce, everyone pays you $10.
Really?
Except for yeah.
Abe, what does frontliner mean? I don't know what that means.
Unless he wants to come in for it.
You pay everybody $10.
All right, 10 on the button.
I think that's the way it should go.
I mean, you're risking all your money.
I don't know what that means in the comments. You know what a frontliner is?
I don't know.
I don't know either.
I mean, I could make some assumptions, but I'd
you're out
rather
late
just
tonight.
get a little
I
elaboration.
Yeah, I don't have a clue. Maybe you can clue me in.
9:33.
I like it. Raymond's raising.
I appreciate you following the rules.
Raymond, you know you only have 2 cards.
I know, that was it, binding.
I need 4.
Oh, he's not there still.
When Raymond comes in the game, just insta raise
No,
his pocket
I thought he
for
was
his
binding
30
30,
bucks.
Oh, look at this odds here.
Exactly. Oh, God, what I have done.
Here we go.
I don't know,
Got
but
a
you
couple
put me
callers
to win in
down here
that
with
seat that I
Jack
just
10
left.
of spades.
It's been horrible. You're out.
Poker girl flopping the best of it with top 2.
75.
Oh, okay. He told me what he was talking about. Jeff being a frontliner, saying back in the day during war they needed someone to go in and sort of be like a meat shield, but instead of giving his life, he's giving up his chips.
I like it. Like it.
Oh, okay. I see what he means now about
I know,
frontliner.
right?
Jeff's going to continue with the top pair. Not realizing that poker obviously has top 2 pair.
But now he's turned clubs,
2 pair.
and he gets checked down.
Boy, I needed that club.
Oh, did you ever? Wow, I get a point.
Pot B for Nicole.
You moved rebate.
I'll put it aside.
Looks like someone gave Raymond 500 in red.
Okay.
What else is new? We love you, Raymond. We don't love your 500 red chips.
So how'd you find out about the watching?
I mean,
This team don't have money.
Oh, all the
Well, I know
Facebook
the
stuff.
smaller.
Okay.
Is there a muscle that doesn't have it? Oh, okay. So
Which
you're
one?
waiting for the big table.
The Will and Scott Poker Show or
That's like
whatever.
We now have we have 6 players with over
It used to, like,
1,000,
what do you do, like, because the cash is
3 players over 2,000, and 1 player over 3,000.
It's a Facebook page?
There is money to be won.
Okay, cool.
But yeah, y'all post. You do.
Okay. I'm like, which one is that? Because
I just remember JC changed it to the best poker. It was JC's poker with the
Nick
best poker.
raising with 7 deuce, trying to get that extra 10 bucks from all the other players at the table.
That's right. The 7 deuce game is on.
Well, for like years straight, that Facebook group was just I don't know who.
Is he getting heads up? He did get heads up. All right, Nick's going to go to war with a 7 deuce, trying to get the bonus. It's fun for TV. Make it good for TV. Oh, yes. Pair versus pair.
It was all basically.
Now he's going to have the heart to win it with the 7 deuce, because Dean does not like folding top pair.
Yeah.
Nobody
they
drank
used
it.
to, they used
Because
to
that's
troll
still
me so hard, so I had to leave. Like,
I mean, you can look
they
at
wouldn't
it.
really mess with people like that. They would mess with me, and I knew the would.
10 on the turn is probably going to slow it down here. Probably going to go check, I would imagine. Yes, Dean is probably in the lead here.
So I left the club.
It's very easy.
Troll me around.
I'm wrong once again.
Kind of like a vodka.
Leads out and bets 150 into 225.
Oh, no. It's got peach schnapps, vodka, sour mix, and Sprite.
I don't know what he's hoping to get called by. Maybe he hopes Nick has 2 queens. Maybe he's hoping he has a hand like Ace-10 of hearts.
Go back to Dallas or
On Toby?
I know it's fun to win the 7 deuce game, but I can't really see Nick continuing here.
They had like one game.
I used to play with Mike.
Unless he goes for the check raise, which
Those games were fun.
I will start singing Mariah Carey's Hero. He'd be my hero. Hey, how do I play that song? I'm just kidding.
Did you message us on Facebook?
No, I called.
Dean's going to win the pot.
Then somebody had to
And he's back to winner. $400 winner right now after being buried early on. Good for you, Mr. D. Nice comeback.
Yeah. Here every Friday.
Start playing every
Nice comeback, sir.
No time, no rig, man.
You know, for the nits, it's great, huh, Mickey?
It's illegal to Randy.
But you gotta pay yeah.
We don't do nothing illegal. We don't
Y'all don't rig, y'all don't take our rig.
illegal thing.
This is a free ride.
I don't know what to play. Looks pretty wild. You can play, but they can go.
There's a lot of fucking
Just getting
but
loose.
I'll tell you, man,
It
there's
runs
been
so
many
close
times
pre-flop.
I sleep in the parking lot.
Anybody hits anything,
I'm so
it's
wasted.
anything.
They always overserve me.
We're ready to get back to Omaha with Raymond in the game.
No, you just pass
Glenn raises it up.
No.
Straddles on the button. You got the ace, queen of clubs from the small blind.
Oh man, I was so twisted.
Where's your
Stayed in the parking lot.
Raymond's never seen a hand he didn't like. Calls with the Jeffrey Dahmer, the Jack 8. And we got a real hand here. Mickey decided to wake up from his nap and play a pot. He's finally got 2 queens.
Say hi.
He's got his little $1,500 win is locked up right now, so he's in Queens Plus mode.
Because you can't.
Why? What would it
It's
hurt?
going to be very
Then you
interesting
can
if
see
an
the way
ace
other
comes
people are
out,
playing and what they're
considering all the
holding, and
queens
it
are
might
dead.
Might cause you to make a call or fold.
Buck 40. There's a guy who doesn't know how, who knows how to not be scared of his hand.
Or you can just have your buddies text you and say, good
Oh,
call.
I
like
thought
had.
Jeff's gonna do something crazy with a 7 deuce. That would have been awesome.
You sit.
He's like, nope, no 7 deuce game here.
Well, he did.
Let's see if Glenn remembers. Mickey hasn't played a pot since Saturday last week.
When they all check to me, if they're checking straights here, who cares?
Exactly.
I got outs.
Yeah, but I couldn't do anything. That's why
Raymond only has 2 cards?
Like I said, Raymond hasn't ever folded a hand in his life. He's not going to start today, especially in a 3-way pot.
Because he's the expert here.
Not at 2 cards.
He's
got 7 more deals to get to his
Ace in the window.
Rush.
Kind of a bad beat for clutch here, but he's not going to get crazy with 2 queens on this board. Raymond turning open-ended straight draw. This could get interesting, but not between clutch, but between Glenn and Raymond. I expect a bet out of Glenn here and a call from Raymond. Maybe even a shove from Raymond. Wouldn't surprise me. But he's not folding an open-ended straight draw. Not today. If there were any queens left in the river, that would be an interesting card, but they're all
you
gone.
can play only 1 with 2 cards.
Oh, yeah.
Versus 2 with
7 would be dirty.
Yeah, you
You
can
can
choose.
only hit a 7. All the queens are dead.
We'll find out. That's the.
There's only 2 7s left.
River time.
8. Pair of 8s.
Can't say.
Testing your games. Ace is good.
Raymond with
Like I
the
said,
call,
rush.
thinking that is, little very good.
No, I don't blame you. You shouldn't have called the river bed.
And as we all know, we've Raymond's first 500 don't even count. He's just going to spot the table that as a start. Going to give everybody a head start. He's going to come back in for a little bit more here. Raymond is action, action, action. Fun for the game. He's going to spot you guys a lead and then come back with a vengeance.
Yeah, I've never folded to you. Yeah.
Definitely, I won't go 4, you know. Definitely, I can have a bunch of
And Nan asks, why is the Jack 8
Here.
to Jeffrey Dahmer?
Because Jeffrey Dahmer ate Jack.
A little pre.
Glenn is putting them in a blender.
Claiming this one. Claiming this one.
Excitement.
Did you get that, Adnan?
Whiskey.
Because Jeffrey Dahmer ate Jack? I don't write the jokes, man. I didn't make that. I didn't name that one.
Pre-excitement.
Alright, I got a button straddle for 10.
see what happens.
There you go.
Excitement.
Nicole's going to raise it to 35 with pocket kings.
Kings. Raymond, of course, is going to call with queen 3 suited. It could be jack 3 suited, 9-3 suited. It's suited. Nobody's folding. Why fold? You can't fold.
Because I want to see where I'm at.
We got flops to see.
You know what you were thinking at the.
Am I close? Am I not?
I bet I'm 45.
A couple of 4s for Glenn. He's been running pretty well today. Playing better. Running well and playing better. That's a lethal combination.
Anytime you put money in the pot when you're done. Or more like.
Queen 6 deuce. Bye-bye chips Raymond. Little courtesy double up for Nicole incoming.
30.
Wish there was a donkey rating out. Top that chart.
No, I would top that one because I love a good chase.
Failed bluff attempt.
There it is.
Stay on to.
It's almost like I've seen the future.
Very,
Oh man, my.
hell yeah! I go.
I better be
down
good
like
juice
a big roller coaster.
How much is it?
I did buy it.
I call.
Raymond.
I don't care, Raymond. Whatever you want to do. Twice is good.
We got a $1,000 pot here. They're going to deal it twice. Raymond needs a queen, a 3, or running diamonds.
Don't be shy.
Want to be what you got?
Alright, top pair right now.
You're not good.
Alright. It's all good. Send it to.
6. Lots.
Blank.
Yeah, you good.
Deuce, a bad card for Raymond there.
Queen.
Oh my God.
Kings and deuces.
The
Kings
deuce
and
came and killed that 3 from on the river.
Hold them rules. Hold them rules.
Scoop for Nicole.
What he has. I don't know what
And one of the unfortunate punishments for playing the queen 3 to a raise right there, folks. When you flop top pair, unfortunately, sometimes you just go with it and you run into open pairs. Texas Hold'em.
Oh boy! The hell!
Hey, I literally see everything.
Let's do it.
Let's gamble. Let's get it.
This
guy's taking everybody.
All right, guys, I want to step out for a couple of minutes, leave this to Travis in his good hands. I will be back shortly.
No problem.
Thank you.
Don't forget to take care of your dealers and Danny, guys.
You put your big chips in the front, too.
Ma'am, act like you want.
Come on, you.
Ma'am,
Come on.
act like you want a puppy.
Like, if anybody should know this, it's gonna be you.
My bad. I know. I
Or
apologize. I was trying to stack chips.
I told you that seat has been cut off.
I don't know. What do you got? I had top pair.
How cool! That was like the perfect pre-tip.
You've been there before.
And then look down. I have never pre-tipped and got pocket kings. I can tell you that. Never ever. How much was he? 17. We had a lot. Yesterday I got paid off on a straight flush. Yes, dude. Yeah. He had ace high flush and I literally had the straight flush and I was like,
I would have had a royal, but it was the hand you made it 30, and then he made it 100.
Raymond, your big blind, which is fine.
I didn't want to get, what if I call 100 and then you make it, all, you know what I'm saying?
did you river it?
That's what
I would have turned it. I would have flopped right. Royal draw.
I mean, you're not.
Gutter.
All right, we're going to have Mr. D open it up here with a raise to $30 with King 10 suited.
That is not Dexter.
Dexter! That's Dexter!
Raymond's going to call with
Haven't seen a fixed card.
King 6 off.
That's Frodo!
Random ace.
That's Dexter!
Two hands.
That's Frodo!
Flops to 6 right off the jump, which puts him moderately ahead.
Frodo!
Danny, you know I can't.
Got a royal flush draw on the turn for Mr. Dean.
I still don't like working left hand in the yeah, oh, you can't really do much.
But it's suited.
Raymond over here with King 6, 2 pair. Unfortunately, Dean could not hit a flush or his royal
You know how much is in there?
or the straight.
Here, whatever. Man, I wish that jack came on. What do you got? You full fucking king? Oh my God. I didn't want to fold a king, but I don't want to pay
Raymond's going to
$300.
take this pot down, win $52.
No, I didn't have ace. I know you didn't have no ace.
I call bullshit, but it's gonna be here 30 minutes.
We will watch it tonight for sure.
$100, I make the call all day long. You know, maybe even raise it.
It's like 5x pot.
300 is a little hefty.
What was it around? $60?
No, it's not.
No, I bet 20 on the turn when I was.
Thank you,
I
Raymond.
got the flush draw.
38.
That was 40 plus the 50. No, 30. So yeah, there's only 140 bucks in there.
3x pot.
I think that's 7.
I have a PF6.
Hey, that's not uncommon for people to call shit like that.
I mean, I had 10 on the button. I love to make
People
calls
don't
that have
realize
draws.
what's in the pot.
It's like Cam's
I
gonna
make
straddle
calls that are
10
crazy
on the button
draws,
for this hand.
but it has to be a nut draw. I'm not gonna draw something.
It's hard when two donkeys go against each other.
We do that a lot, Dean.
You just call everything.
Raymond with the queen 5 is gonna make the call.
Like last night in the tournament, you're like, what are you? I'm like,
I can't catch cards.
no, but I really had legit hands
Or catch cards in the weirdest spots.
Sweet and hard.
Yes, Sugar Plum.
You like seafood?
I do.
Awesome.
Where you can buy it?
Raised to 60.
You can buy it for her or what?
Yeah, we're going to
Tied.
no, we're gonna go
Cam's
get
gonna raise it.
Tied, man.
we're gonna go get some oysters.
$60 with ace king.
Mickey said
Then will make the call, and we're gonna go heads up to a flop.
You like oysters? No? You're gonna like them tomorrow.
Ace king. Cam with top 2 pair. 98% equity. Gonna bet 55 and get an insta fold from Glenn.
Thank you, my love. I like that. Don't talk back. Do as you're told. Don't talk back.
Can I get 10 likes?
Ooh, whiskey! That's gonna be my name.
Ooh, whiskey?
Ooh, whiskey. Ooh, whiskey!
That's probably better than the rest of them you've come up with, sir.
Come on.
10 on the button.
Sprizzy?
Oh. She told me to. Okay, it was her.
I did. She sent it to me and I told her.
Yeah, you don't need anything.
Whose pin was that?
Throw it to
Damn,
him.
dog.
You need to throw it to him.
My bad, dog.
Don't
No
turn
queen
over
of
nothing.
diamonds coming
Next
back.
drink's on
No
me,
queen of
bro. Put the
diamonds
next
is
drink
gonna
on
be
me.
Got king 10 for Nick. In the small blind, he's gonna call the $8 straddle from Raymond. Johnny's also gonna call with the queen 8 of clubs.
Yeah, you
A
sent
lot
it
of
to me
callers
on-
with a couple drawing hands. Pair of 3s for Jeff.
You sent it to me one of the pages.
Nick over here flopping top pair. He's gonna lay down the aggression and bet 35 out.
What's it about? Like, I
To
guess
stop
it's
any
called,
potential draws.
You playing
Race
the
card.
R.O.E. tomorrow?
I wouldn't watch it last night.
Tournament?
I work Saturday. I work Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
Oh, yeah.
He's gonna take it down. No one really had much to
No,
work
this
with
is
on that.
more about. It has a lot of racing.
Oh, you.
Is that one out now?
Driver.
I'd rather play this thing.
Speed up driver.
I
Drive
don't
to
know.
make it. But it's
Definitely
good.
get covered.
It's
I like going to Louis, so
Then it might
give
Yeah.
it an excuse.
get
good
covered.
visuals. Good. Everything's good.
But I love that round of each. Like,
For those of us tuning in tonight, we do have a 7K guaranteed round at each tournament tomorrow. It's a black chip tag team partners tournament. So
Each player plays.
grab a partner and come in and see if you can catch some bounties and
Got a black chip
Yeah,
down.
we are doing.
win a nice pot.
You get 100, every person you knock out, you get $100.
So you only got to knock out one person to break even.
Man.
Effectively, 25 bucks.
Mars a tag team.
Yes.
Oh, it's tag team, huh?
Johnny opening up with
They usually go to 2.
You ain't got
combo
nobody
straddle
like
with
that.
King Jack off.
It's like 1-2.
I get antsy. I got a hard time fighting for it.
won't.
Oh, I will.
So we've done it where you play one stack and then you alternate levels, right?
It looked like too many people have much to work with GS
Whatever
yet.
players come in and
Mom.
deal where you each play your own. Like we did it where we each played our own, and then after registration.
Cam's got the 8-7 of diamonds. He's gonna raise it up to 30.
Eric said
Nick's
we're gonna try it, not tomorrow, but where everyone plays their own. You only combine the final table. So it's not just after the end of registration.
Nick calls with the 4 deuce offsuit.
But hold on, you don't combine into a final table, so what if you don't, you gotta get down to the final 9 people to combine your stacks, so.
Cam turns 2 pair. Johnny still has a top pair, but unfortunately
Can you still tag your
need
partner
a
around?
king or a jack to pull this one off. Nick is drawing dead, but he's gonna make the call just to see if he can hit that spade.
I kind of like an idea of like a tag team. Hold 'em PLO, and then every level it changes discipline, and you change your partner. Like one person plays PLO, one person plays hold 'em, and then it alternates every level instead of 9 hands because then you gotta about.
Well, we don't do 9 hands.
Nick was gonna fire off a huge bet
Okay,
to
well
bluff,
then yeah,
but
it's every
he
level
does not.
one partner plays PLO, one partner plays hold 'em.
I like that too.
And people will be fighting over that.
Hey, you know what?
You sure? Yeah, I like it though.
Yeah, Tornado's favorite song?
That would be a fun. That would be a fun one.
That's what, like, so I could find a PLO
So in this tournament,
gonna play with me.
what does it mean if I have
We
5
both
black
play
chips
PLO.
and they don't have it? It is something else,
But we
Cam?
both play.
What does it mean?
He's not a
So at any
PLO
point I can
player.
just keep them all in.
You
all
give
in.
you have your chip.
Variance
You
is
give them
bad.
your chip, and you take the rest.
So with me,
I
I get
prefer
what I
somebody that's
stick my
stronger
shit
than
in it.
I
You have
am.
4 in your hand or 5, counting yours.
You take. You give.
You don't
them
want to be
half.
the strong one.
I don't want to be the stronger one.
You can't make money. You should get
But
aggressive.
Eric's gonna play it. Not. I'm giving Eric Holloway.
I'm playing poker, bro. Just text me. Drive safe.
Eric Holloway's gonna play. Is gonna be my partner, but he's not an Omaha player. Daryl told
All right,
me
bye-bye.
that Eric, that was Eric Green, and I would make a phenomenal team. I said,
Clutch looks like he's
You were.
sitting here thinking if he's
I
gonna
gotta have you
bluff
working
to try to
solid
win
play.
this 7 deuce game.
I fund my own habit.
No, it looks like he's just gonna call, see if he can
It's to 55.
work with something. You also got to worry about people behind you.
So we have a series coming up. Just so y'all know, we're gonna do a series. It's
This would
got
be raises it
drop with
55 with the
25K
10-8 of
guarantee.
clubs.
And then we're gonna do a
You got
75K
2 callers,
guarantee
Jeff with the
PLO
ace-7
tournament.
of hearts and Cam with the 6-9 of
And then we're gonna
clubs.
do 150K guarantee hold'em. And yeah, it's a $400 buy-in.
Amazing
I think
flop
altogether
for
it's
Jeff,
gonna be-
flopping nut flush draw.
But you like
He's
mixed
gonna
games.
go ahead
You
and
can do in like a little mini
bet 75,
tournament.
seeing if he can get a couple
dealer's
callers.
choice.
Cam with
Yeah,
middle
tell me
pairs
when that
gonna
is. I'll
make
be
the call.
there.
Yeah, it's a 2.
Raymond's gonna call,
2, 3,
possibly to
4,
see if he can
5
hit
is what they're
backdoor
calling it.
spades.
So it's 2 cards, 3 cards, 4 cards, 5 cards. So it's all high.
That
Yeah.
sounds good to me.
Yeah.
I will be there.
Yeah. So just keep watching because
I'll be there and I'll buy a couple
Always
of my
have
friends there.
I'm
and he's
gonna-
running.
Ace,
Tomorrow
Jeff
I'm
now
gonna-
has top pair with the nut flush draw. Raymond possibly could hit this backdoor spade draw.
by next week.
Get a goddamn drink around here.
Got
Can
a
you
total
put
of
me
9
through the
outs to
GD,
see if he can
please?
hit
I'm
that
just
one.
kidding.
I know
Of
you're.
course, he's
They're
going to
not-
call
they're-
just to
yeah, I'm
see. Raymond is a nasty gambler,
Messing
but
around. They can't
unfortunately,
hear me and I will never
Round
Jeff
off
is
me.
going to hit top trips.
I was looking. Nobody has a mixed game that runs around here.
The closest thing you're gonna get for us for this game is like on
Well, yeah.
Thursdays we'll do an ROE. We do a tournament for that. ROE.
Friday.
Well, hold on, but yesterday, when I told you, the guarantee was only like 3K. It was almost $6,000 price.
Bet 275
And
just to
top
see if
prize was
Raymond had anything
$2,000.
worth
I mean, so it's not a
calling with over here.
It's just a lot of
There's a lot of rebuys.
donkey. a lot of donkey style poker, like the action that we're named for. Travels over to the skin.
I like the.
Hello, friends. I have returned.
Yeah.
Good little tube.
And then like on once a month every well.
When y'all gonna do it?
Which one?
We haven't really given this one
The
some
series
thought here.
starts the 29th of August. No, sorry, July 29th.
Does he think that Jeff possibly missed a flush draw too, and that his 3 is
Isn't that
good?
like- that's right in the middle
That is
of
going to be the first week that we do this. It's going to be that Thursday.
Oh, go to Chalk Day.
So 29th is a.
Thursday?
They don't have
Looks
any
like
mix on their
well,
way this time,
yes,
so I'm not
because
going.
you know, we're yellow actually.
One big
Down, let it fight another day because
Our big day just
4 card.
got the 4 card coming up, which is Raymond's
is
specialty.
on.
Ace 7 of hearts.
Tuesday we'll kick off with the 25-day single day. Wednesday we're going to do a
Been in Vegas.
freeze
kind of
out or something.
But
And
yeah,
then
I was
Thursday
gonna-
we'll kick
I had
off
to make
with
schedule
yellow
that I was gonna play
75.
this past week. Got a fucking sinus infection. Then, I came back.
Day
I was like,
2 will be
I was-
on.
I was just miserable. I played the deuce and 7 triple draw, and then I flew back. And because after playing that, I was like, it was miserable sitting there just for 13 hours. And then that's what during the summer I go up there and I'll every day.
Back to Omaha. 4 card gambling. My favorite.
They don't have that in.
I really want some carnage this round.
Where are you from? You're from here.
Where you play cash game mix over there?
Now we have all but one
So-
player over
so not
$1,000.
really,
Quickly see how much
used to
deeper
be
stacked the
at
game gets
Arrow,
a few
not
hours
anymore.
into it.
There's a mixed game Facebook group that runs a mixed game like twice a week.
That's dope, bro.
Yeah.
I'll be out there too. I just got back. I like this one.
Yeah. They're poker rooms really nice.
Actually, never been to resort. It's nice and smaller.
They get and there's always a wait list. It's not super big. They'll play 6.
Ryman with a very playable ace-9 of clubs, 7-6 of diamonds. Comes in for $30 here.
Our sister property. They do a.
Nick calling with 4 clubs. Queen 10, 5-3. Better hopes he doesn't flop a flush draw. Clutch with 2 kings on the button here with some connected cards, flush cards. Wouldn't surprise me if he 3-bets it here, but he's also kind of protecting his win a little bit, so he's probably may just flat. We'll see. Nope, he's going to raise. Not really giving too much credit to Raymond's opening raise, and hard to blame him. Raymond plays every hand, so if you're going to play every hand, it's hard to think that 2 kings is behind here.
You gonna gamble, buddy? Ooh, whiskey! Isolate. You read his book, right? Got it.
His?
No, he got it. He got it. If he got it, he got it.
$330 in there, heads up to the flop. King with 2 clubs will be the most interesting
like you
flop.
said, the promotion chaser.
Yeah, the promotion
Oh,
chasers.
you're so fucked.
Now no one has anything.
And God forbid you don't have a promotion they like or.
Really going to be like who plays this the most aggressive. But diamond comes. Oh, great turn card. Now both players turn a flush draw.
Yes, for sure.
Raymond bets 100, and of course Mickey's not going anywhere here.
I love that.
Because that's all they split.
Yeah, they do have a half.
Okay.
So I mean, it kind of because it's a great.
Deuce of hearts on the river. Will. Oh, somebody just hit the jackpot on the wheel out there.
That gentleman right there. My problem was I learned it.
Little scared check from Raymond on the river. Mickey checks behind and is going to take this pot with 2 kings.
You're like.
Rightfully so. Paired board, flushes out there, straight flushes out there. A lot of interesting.
And like Mickey said, if Raymond had made a bet on the river, he would have folded. Of course, if anyone had blown air onto that pot on the river, the other person would have folded.
She should be getting pushed out soon.
Damn, wow, Nicole. Wow.
Oh, Frederick's not.
She's the live stream.
I get
She's the live stream
break
giver.
halfway.
Oh, I've never seen you be so rude.
So I'm still working on that.
Never in my life.
He's trying to get a second one.
Mickey, I was thinking that it was 10 o'clock.
You haven't been able to board?
Oh yeah, I've been here. I stopped coming here for a while.
Stop playing.
Y'all stop.
Dude, I stopped coming here for a while too.
You so foolish.
Even the dealers were complaining. They're like, man.
You know why the deal? You want to go there? You know why the dealers complain? She makes us do her job. She makes us do our job.
They just blame Dean, you know? Dean be right in their ass.
I love the
Straddle on the button. Jeff, first to act.
You know the funniest thing about me not doing
Calls dart.
my job anymore is watching things change to what I said they
that a
should have
PRX?
been 2 years ago.
Dixon.
I know you're
I don't listen.
I think it's hilarious. Oh, I know.
Thank you, though.
I always like the dart call, especially
That
if it
bracelet looks
goes
exactly like a
completely
PRX.
lit to the flop, because then it just opens your
Yeah, you can
potential
have
ranges up, because no one knows exactly what you have on that.
I work in casino world.
Johnny with Queen, Queen, 5-5 is just going to limp here. I probably would have raised that hand, honestly.
Hey, cheers, guys.
But they're going to fold to Dean, and Dean's like, I'll take care of this for you. Dean with the Queen, Jack, 9-7 double suited. Very much a good raising hand in alcohol, especially after everyone limps.
I have one person that if he
I'm just messing with you. I got nothing but love for you. You know that.
thank you
I got nothing but love for you.
Raymond with the world-class Badoogie hand, Ace-6, 5-3.
I never have to rent out of people that
We are not playing Badoogie for those watching at home.
I'll play her.
Sorry.
5 ways to the flop.
I do a good job at all of my jobs.
Jack 6-4 in the window. Raymond's going to flop middle pair into open-ended. Jeff's flop middle pair into bad flush draw. And that's really about it. Cam flop top pair, but nobody loves their hand right now. May see this one check down. Oh, Raymond's going to take a stab at it. He does have some equity in the hand, a pair and a straight draw. Dean has top pair and some backdoor prayers. But right now, Cam has the best hand with just ace-jack. Four on the turn. Ace-jack still the best hand, but now Cam has also picked up hearts to go with it. Raymond slamming it in there. Firing, being aggressive, bets the pot.
There you go.
You're going to get some pretty quick folds here. Aggression right there, baby. Aggression.
Now I got it.
Show him the bluff, Raymond. Badoogie. Ace-6, 5-3.
Oh,
no
Raymond.
suit. Pat Badoogie. Get some. There's Raymond. Raymond said, we're going to spot y'all a little lead here and hold it, but once we get the PLO, we're going to get splashing around.
Oh, Raymond.
As you can see by everyone's VPIP, 81, 79, 68, 67. I pick at Mickey for being a little nitty, but his VPIP is still 47 for the game. You can't be real nitty when your VPIP is 47.
I'm glad you came.
Yeah, no, but I haven't. It's been a while since I've been here, so.
Don't be a stranger. Every time I smack. I see new faces.
I checked Southwestern. I'm a lot less. They're not that they right home.
I'm in the live stream.
I think both of them are good, but I like the
I'm gonna go to the bar if you want to come after.
No complaints.
There's one right there. Public reserve. Hi.
Alright, I got 10 on the button.
Glenn's going to be first to act. He keeps seeming to find hands whenever Jeff has the straddle on. 2 kings and a couple of diamonds here. I'm guessing he's going to raise it to 40. That's been the same habit he's had since the beginning.
Raise to 40.
Ooh, whiskey.
Raises to 40. Can't say I saw that one coming. Cam with a suited ace. Raymond with
You
the
and your
cards he's never folding for any amount of money.
poor girl.
Clutch with a suited ace. May let this one go, though. Nope. Even Mickey's not folding a suited ace.
Daryl would come over here.
We need to change that up?
I just got a song in mind now.
Oh.
I would
6 ways to the flop.
Why would drink?
I think it's my Eric.
You want me to play it on my phone? I could do that.
Oh, I have it on mine.
I'll get you in a minute.
That's why we drink. That's why we drink whiskey.
He went all the way in.
Did you get a pot?
First aggressive's probably going to win this here. No one has a flush.
Bust. Okay, I'm coming.
Oh, okay.
They got close to kilo. Here we go.
No.
I'm actually surprised he's gonna come in. The reason why I would. What?
Mr. D trying to steal this one with just 2 black 9s. It may work. No one else literally has anything. Glenn called with just 2 kings.
I prefer it. I mean, of course, I'll just go with 0, but as far as a player.
Like I said, Glenn's not welcome to my home game. So far, he's done everything almost perfectly.
Yeah, he's definitely a really solid player. One of the guys that I would probably be very weary of if I were to sit at his table.
You owe time. I'm down $300. You want me to give you? No, and then most of them have a minute.
I don't see how he can call here with all this pressure from Dean. He still just has 1
2
pair.
hours or something.
He may accidentally be beat. But he's trying to sniff it out. If he sniffs this one out, it will definitely be the call of the night.
2 different ones I played at, and I'm like, so I'm already down, and you want me to give you?
Yeah, should just prepay. Be like, hey, I'm gonna be in 4 hours. I might spend.
I just don't.
Mine and me.
But if he folds, Dean's showing the bluff for sure.
Especially when I'm drunk.
Yeah, I don't like it. I'm used to casino style. So.
Oh, you like the math when I was there last time.
Cole, you like to know hourly.
It was. I mean, Texas rings are happier than that.
You know why I know Glenn is a savage? Because he's taking this long with 1 pair.
Of course. This would be a super impressive call.
It'll be one of the sickest I've ever seen.
No, here, like,
this finally has a good
this is like a minute after a minute. Promotions.
He can't help himself. There it is. There's the bluff. He can't help himself.
Exactly. I mean, where are you going to get that at?
I've had, you know.
I mean, very tough right there. You have the potential straight draw with the 5-7 over there. The flush draws out there. Omaha winning with a pair is very, very difficult.
That's why I say, like, I love the way our setup is.
It's gonna be.
Look, I got decent price points.
It did take him a few months to sort it out because they went through a lot of
Well, there's. I mean, that's just like growing pains and anything. Go for it.
Yeah, a flush does that. I mean, a flush can do that.
You can start it. It's okay. Go for it, Raymond. Let's go. Build me another pot,
This should take priority.
Straddle's on under the gun. Raymond's got the live 10 on.
I agree. I think that Presence should go, for live stream purposes, should go under the gun.
For all purposes. Came down.
At least for live stream.
I can only call around half the time.
We could
There was
get
just 6 people at the
pokers
flop
to
and I
confirm
didn't like
that,
playing
or
with
to
that, so they
conform
held
to
the
that.
4 hours, but I'm
They
thinking
would.
I just like committed myself.
You met poker players before?
Yeah.
I've met several.
No,
They like to fight. Bitch. That part.
Bunch of women.
They are, but they don't look like them, so I'm, you know,
They don't look like them, but they
it's
are.
hard to have them identify in this one. Is that because I'm the button that I'm going to raise?
No, you can do it for
Because you beat a pot.
Nobody has much right here. Glenn raising with 2 queens on the button to $40.
Not everybody does, but I do.
Everyone calls because
Look at that.
that's what we do. It's the doghouse. Nobody's folding.
Then you fold. Then you fold.
I don't know. I just hit pop.
Oh, you don't, Raymond? Oh,
I don't think half these players know how to fold.
Yeah.
It's always the third.
Only the third
Or
number.
the first.
Always third.
It's always the third.
Uh-huh.
Once again, nobody really flopped much. 1 pair is the best hand right now.
100.
Seven deuce.
More than I think about
Enough to
it.
get it.
Go in, hold him. Oh, come on. Give me tons of that 7 deuce in a while.
Raymond tried to win with the 7 deuce in the Omaha game.
What I think about it? You're calling in.
Doesn't hurt to try. See if they can get it.
Don't blame him.
Yeah, that's always sounds.
Glad to see we got Action Raymond on the live stream. Of course, Raymond is a very fun guy. I've been playing with him for the last 3 years or so that this place has been open, and
Well, she made me
he's
put it
fun
on.
and tons of
She's sitting
action.
over here, so I was just asking.
Let's go.
That's
Just the kind of guy that you want to play with all night.
Sitting on the butt.
But I knew he didn't have a queen.
Why not?
Alright, I got left
55 really.
playing for 10.
Liven it up over here, because these cards have totally not hit anything.
Maybe pocket 5. I don't know.
Honestly, the one thing I love about poker, besides action players, is players with personalities. Because you don't want someone who's just going to sit there and fill a seat. You definitely want to have some fun. Poker's a social game. That's why we play.
Absolutely.
It's 35.
I haven't had it once. I haven't had the chance.
I know that's why I do it.
do have it. He makes it 55.
Raymond with one of the best starting hands possible. Couple of kings double suited. He's going to get action because he always gets action.
Oh, let's go.
All right, let's go.
Let's go.
You gotta give action to get action.
I have 3 of
Raymond
favorite
always gives it.
I got 3 of the 4 favorite
I could have stolen
Raymond will give it with the best and the worst, which right now he definitely has the best starting off.
He's in the big one, 55. Call.
Yeah, and I was like,
I'm just gonna call. I'm suited. 70 suited. I'm just gonna call.
Raymond's still the best hand and the best draw, showing 66% equity right here with the king high art draw.
80.
I limped in a call.
All 3
Okay, I was gonna say.
Call.
I was gonna say for me to limp.
And next gonna bet top pair, backdoor spade draw.
Oh. I mean, how long ago? 15 months? Oh, wait, no.
Dad.
Yeah, I was in there.
I've been watching.
Raymond's gonna call.
I mean,
Heart right away. Interesting heart though. It does pair the board. They're gonna have 2 quick checks. Raymond's is gonna know that he's likely has the best hand here. He may bet a small bet on the river, but it's just probably gonna go check.
no, you didn't.
Raymond's gonna win this spot.
Oh, thank God.
King high hearts.
There it is.
Did you really say that? Oh my god, dude.
He said when you saw the text, he goes, I promise. That's
Sir.
not Carlito's.
Sir. No, sir.
It's like a dry call.
I love middle
I
suited
played
cards,
with it.
connectors, and that's what I had. Well, I mean, I knew it.
Every time I go out. It's like I get potted on the flop, but I'm not getting any.
Well, so I took a day trip over.
Ooh, we got lots of big stacks right now.
Because I went and did like a 10-mile hike. And then on the drive home.
3, 4, 5, 6, 10, $16,000, $17,000 on the table right now. 1,
Y'all are so much fun.
Yeah, around that.
This is a chill
Wow.
game, but we're like socializing, so it's fun.
Definitely worth winning.
He is so
Johnny's just like, give me ace,
Nice
please.
little teaser of how it is every day at the Doghouse.
You haven't either, huh?
This is true.
Always see big stacks on these smaller games like this on the daily.
Get the seat change button, John.
Very, very true.
I don't know. I didn't think that was going anywhere.
Raymond with a suited ace, which means it's worthy of an all-in pre-flop.
Just one time. One time. I have to win one Omaha.
Service. Table 12.
Service.
Thank you.
What am I missing?
Cam's just like, I don't know what's going on.
Look here. I'll keep looking over there. Players. 35 out there?
Oh, yeah. Hey, Christina. Put me on, babe.
On what? Cruise control?
No, on another drink, baby girl.
Oh, you want another drink?
Yeah, I gotta get out of here soon.
Okay.
Still in
How is y'all?
I'm out of here, baby. I've got you next week. Another episode of
Dog.
Ball Z.
Dragon Ball Z.
Sweetheart, why you look different? You got a new haircut?
I straightened my hair. Everybody thinks it looks so much different than
It's shorter
it
too,
is.
right? You cut it.
I did cut it, yes. I did cut my hair.
What else? What else did you do?
I'm not blonde anymore. I
Yeah.
went back to my red with my low light. I checked.
Okay.
80.
Liking the outfit.
Kind of.
Yeah.
I keep pulling my shirt up.
Been showing off.
Dollars with nothing, trying to steal this
You
pot.
can't see it. If you haven't seen that much of a breast, you really got some.
I got problems.
Whatever it is for him.
All of us
What's
in
up,
the room.
perro?
Raymond is smelling a re-steal here.
Is it?
That is Steven.
You lost some weight, huh?
Wow. Raymond check min raises here. Woo, and it gets through.
Good to see you.
The thin bluff gets through from Raymond here.
Yeah.
Beautiful poker right there.
Wait up down here. Hold him, Omaha.
Round of each.
Round of each.
Every Friday. Don't miss it. Every Friday.
6:30.
No seat fee, no
Really?
free.
I can't listen.
Next Friday, bro.
Next Friday, what time you start?
I'm about to be leaving.
So another cool little promo that we have here at the Doghouse is on your birthday, we give
gotta be
away
here by 6:45.
$100 for free if you come in and show your ID.
Oh, that's your next 11.
So what do you mean? Do you mean the birthday match where we give you, if you buy in for $100 to play cash, we
Starts
give
at
you a match it for $100?
6:45.
Yes.
That was, oh, okay, cool. That's right. That's right. I forgot about the birthday promo.
Why do you do that? Just make sure.
$100 buy-in, guys. That's right. Travis, give me a little refresher there. $100 buy-in will get you on your birthday a free $100 in chips to play with.
And luckily for me, my birthday's on a Friday this year, so it's going to be a long, fun night because I'm just going to come in right after work, and we're going to party from the moment I get here to the moment I decide to leave. Which, who knows, might be at 5 in the morning the next day, or we'll see how it plays out.
Guys, we're going to try to do this stream every single Friday at 7 p.m.
Yeah, it's not.
It's a great game, man.
So if you're enjoying yourself,
Great game. Look at the stacks.
if you're enjoying the content,
Yeah, you've been kind of.
please keep coming by.
Dude, if you see these cards,
I know.
I'm just taking chances trying to get some.
Oh.
Yeah, this one good.
35.
I forgot it. It's 5x to the blinds, right? Yeah.
Good in
I can't do math.
Yeah.
No way. I can't do the fucking math.
4-card rundown here from Nick. 3 diamonds, 4 straight cards. Glenn with a real pretty hand. Jeff 3-bets it though. Wow. Glenn folded a better hand than everyone else has here. Folded the queen, jack, 10-8.
Hey, Johnny, no offense to the rest of you guys, but the poor guy has not had a pot.
Queen, 7-4. Open-ended straight draw for
All
Johnny.
in your range, right? Get hotter, get hotter.
Good turn card for Nick here. I expect to see a bet. There are no straights out there. And he turned 2 pair. Nobody showed strength on the flop, so that turn is probably going to be a good card for him. Mystery hand with Jeff since we can't see his cards here.
I'm gonna vaguely assume that he might have hearts or maybe clubs.
Okay.
And he was, I mean, obviously we don't know, but it's the beauty of it. We wouldn't know if we were sitting at the table, so one can only assume.
So we're gonna guess I'm gonna guess a gut shot and a flush draw.
3 players.
Maybe we'll see, maybe we won't. Backdoor hearts came in. I don't know how Nick could bet this after getting called in 2 spots on the turn, but if he does, he's a savage.
It did seem like Jeff did put it in pretty quick when Nick bet the last time, so very curious to see if we get. I feel like any re-raise over here is definitely hearts.
Like I told y'all.
$90 blocker bet here. Here comes the hammer.
There
we go.
Name him Carlitos.
And everyone snap folds. I'm guessing he backdoored hearts. Played it like he backdoored hearts.
I was cheating while I had him.
Guess we will never know.
Can I pick my own?
This game
good. Pick a card.
Got Glenn at plus 1377 for the session. Clutch at 1339.
I know, right? Don't worry, somebody would get the ace of spades on me if I had the king of diamonds. They're gonna be like,
With that pot, Jeff is getting a little bit out of the hole, still in it quite a bit, but
still a long ways to go, but we still got a few dozen hands left of the stream. He could get out of that trap. You are right.
especially if they keep playing PLO, because it's happened so many times where you can be stuck like 2,000 and next thing be up 2,000 out of nowhere.
yeah, so I was like, shoot.
Donkey that shit up.
I mean, I'll take it.
It's expensive chasing. Well, because like if I check, and then he just bombs it.
I love that. That's what it's super sweet.
Still bad.
Super sweet.
Few limps with some ragtag hands. Gets to Raymond. Raymond has the Jack 10 4-3. Definitely a $30 Raymond hand.
First time I see because I knew no limit. With this guy.
Nick hasn't found a button he doesn't like to play.
Cypress He uses the crate. His name is like Steve or something. Anyway, he's playing. And I'd run on my stack for like
5 of you.
And we get kilo bomb. And I have second nut, second nut.
Nick's going to flop a straight here. Cam's also going to flop a straight with a bad flush draw. And Raymond also flops 2 pair and a flush draw. This could be an interesting pot. Raymond's got some raising chips coming out. Yep. Nick just peeling with the second nut straight right now. Trying to evaluate a safe turn card. Cam can't go anywhere either. 3 ways to the turn card. I kind of want to blank because it's the most carnage. That is not a blank. Well, actually, it should slow the game down a little bit, but it may have allowed somebody to bluff too.
Looks like Raymond is throwing out a nice sizable bet. $300 for Raymond. Kind of seeing where he's at.
It may work.
Actually, I know he hit the flush.
He was in third place. Oh, he made it. I see. He made a flush on the river. I didn't realize we had the river out yet.
Yeah, no. I get when check on the turn. Went a little too quick. Which I don't blame him. I mean, paired boards in Omaha are very scary. Actually, Omaha and paired boards is what made me be a little more cautious of paired boards in general for Hold'em. So it's one of those things where playing
lesson
Omaha,
learned.
yeah, Omaha kind of gave me PTSD with the paired board, so I'm really cautious with them in Hold'em now too.
It's fair. I mean, it helps you learn a lesson.
Pressing me? I call.
You pressing me?
Alright, just making sure. Yep. That's what I thought.
Cam calls and gets shown the bad news.
Raymond down there. I should take
everybody's
chip.
No, I'm just trying to get my money back.
I'd have been.
The one I lost,
Raymond with
$1,000,
an 88% VPIP. Which
it's only that low.
I mean, I wouldn't expect anything lower than 80 for Raymond.
Yeah, we can't expect anything less.
Yo, I just dumb into that.
And Jack.
Or it wasn't high enough. Does it, like, really matter?
I was holding on small though.
You're holding on
I was hoping you called.
If you just double me up, Raymond, it'd be nice. Either I'll double me up or you double me up. One of those two. Yeah. Yeah. You gotta be two very old, you know? Not the one. I'll get my double up though. Maybe D will do. Double up for us.
Right, Bob.
Back in action.
I'm too busy trying to get all these cards.
Race of 40.
Oh, I remember you now. Yeah. They take you to the mask. Yeah. 25.
Cam with a couple of nines and ace queen is going to raise it to $40 or 25, excuse me.
Friday, don't miss it. Yeah. Hey, I'm telling you.
Race to 100.
It's the best deal. Hey. No hourly
Guys,
fee.
it may be 11 o'clock right now, but the action is blowing up at Doghouse. We currently have 3, 1, 2, bringing it for 5 Hold'em tables with 8 on the wait list. We're probably going to open up a 4th table. We also have 2 tables of 1-3 PLO. We are not going anywhere. I foresee a long night of good poker action over at the Doghouse.
10-4-7, 2 diamonds. Action flop again. Raymond's going to flop a king high diamond draw. Mr. D has flopped middle set and backdoor hearts.
Slow play.
Boo.
505.
$505.
was mid-set. Until you find the tens and you're like, find it, I just bet it.
Alright, we're gonna play some Hold'em.
And everybody folds. Dean wins the pot. Right now we have 4 winners and 5 losers. Well, a few more losers actually. We had a few people leave already. But in the game, 4 winners, 5 losers.
Yeah, luckily 2 of our losers aren't completely down.
Yeah, small. Very, very small.
You make it older.
I mean, playing this long, I wouldn't consider it a complete loss.
But this can be, you can make anything you want. This hand.
Yeah, it was a good one at least.
We're not pot limit. That's why I never understood the Hold'em bomb. I'm like, these people are crazy. That's horrible. I've never want to play a Hold'em bomb pot as long as I live.
I used to play them back in the day, double board, Hold'em pot.
Yeah, a Hold'em bomb pot. It's a no-brainer.
Lynn waking up with the pocket queens under the gun, raising to 40.
Oh, bomb pots in themselves.
I love a bomb pot, but the thing, like, I play it like I play high-low.
Why aren't we playing them here?
No action.
No action. How disappointing when you get 2 queens. Nobody has anything else.
I wonder if we made the box bigger in the area of where the cards get read.
You do a single board box.
You know what I mean? Or you put 2 readers on here.
The single board.
You do a single board box.
You could. You could do a single. We could do a single board box.
We'll do it last end of the night.
Let's do it.
That would be interesting.
4 card single board bomb pot.
Omaha.
An Omaha bomb pot. It's just an Omaha hand.
Last end of the night.
But you see the plot before.
Great for the
But
great
yeah,
for
because you see the you
Yeah,
put the 6 out there.
Guys, we have about
We
10
could
to
put
12
11 out
hands
there.
left.
Yeah, I didn't want the
Somewhere around that time frame.
I'll see you by the call laughing.
Oh, Nick folded the 7 deuce for $10. What? Did you forget we were playing it?
Jeff to give me poker lessons after watching my poker play tonight.
You were dealt good stuff all night. What happened?
Yeah, what the hell you doing?
And that would have been a great flop for the 7 deuce.
I was surprised he folded that hand.
20.
3 people have hit this flop, Mr. D. Jeff and Poker Girl all flopped equity here. Poker Girl with definitely the best flop, though.
Help.
He said.
Jeff has
I
middle
got a
pair
Huckleberry.
and a few minutes left, so he's not
Let's go.
folding.
Less smoking?
Let's go.
Less weed?
25.
No, still saying? Less weed?
This is Texas, bro.
Eh?
25.
It's the Delta 9.
Nicole extracting max value out of just a 9 here. Gets 3 streets from just a pair of 9s.
I really want to
Small,
see
3 small bets. Forced
Whatever
Jeff
makes you
to
okay.
call, unfortunately, with ace 9. Hard to blame him.
Did you see your text?
You don't always have to get it in one big swoop. You can sometimes break it up into small amounts. Win 50 here, win 50 here, win 50 here. You don't always have to get the whole 150 in one bet.
And,
Barrels!
Nicole
Table
got
12,
Nicole
barrels!
back up to winning just a little bit, but a win is a win.
Barrels! Barrels!
All right, 10 on the button.
Moving on.
10 on the button.
Trade. I'll take 1 card. These two.
Right. Right.
Cam's going to make it 45 with ace queen. Raymond has a hand that has 2 cards in it, so he calls. Nobody else has anything. Jeff's got 10-8. It's semi-gaps. 3 ways to the flop. King, Jack, 6, all clubs.
Either way,
Cam's still in the lead. No one else has a pair, though.
It is.
Open-ended now for Jeff.
Wait.
2 quick checks. Jeff may see that as an opportunity to take this pot down.
But it'll be back. It's not next week. It'll be the very next week for sure.
Don't do that.
And it works.
4th of July game, everybody's got to dress up.
Don't do that.
Yeah, but nobody's going to. They're not going to be here. They're going to be
Middle of the day.
Fireworks.
Yeah, like 4 o'clock.
You didn't want to go.
Before it gets dark.
Before it gets dark is when I'm outside.
Yeah, grilling and doing stuff. Sir.
I'll let you go there.
Hang to the phone. Give me on the phone, make it.
Yeah, Raymond.
Lose the man. Fucked up. I didn't even know what it was. Hang up the phone.
One of these weeks, I'm going to have to sit down and play with these kids. This looks like way too much fun not to be a part of.
That is a typical
You
PLO player right there. Roll
Most
number.
definitely. The streams are always fun just because not only are you playing with good people and whatnot, but get a little information on yourself and kind of a little recap for you. And
yeah, they're fun to watch.
We meant to do that?
Oh, that's how you feel? All right, man.
I was bowling the other night and they were live streaming it, and I just happened to be on the pair that they were live streaming. It was the first time I've been part of that, and everybody kept calling me the wrong foot bowler. I guess I was learning that about myself, which is not true. I'm not the wrong foot bowler. I just don't slide like everybody does. Back to poker action, though. Glenn wakes up with 2 queens on the straddle. Nick must love the King 7 suited. I've seen him 3-bet it twice now.
Raymond, you are the donkey.
Yeah, I am.
Everyone is going to see the flop because everyone knows we've only got a few minutes left. 4 ways to the flop. Only 1 person has a pair.
Make it a double.
Middle pair for Raymond. King high. Gut shot for Cam and an over pair for Glenn.
Hey, if any of y'all are looking for a car, my buddy here sells cars, very reliable. I'm financing, all kind of vehicles.
Credit repair, got refunds, evictions.
Yeah.
Tear that shit up.
Whatever you need. Tow truck, mechanic.
$200 bet's going to get called by Raymond.
I wish I'd have known that.
Safe card for Glenn.
No,
Checks. I imagine he's going to bet another 400 or 500 here on the turn.
No. The tow truck.
Knows that's a safe card.
They got it all, my love. They got it all.
I knew he had to sell. He sold cars.
I saw cash cards. Now I got up to finance it. I can find this shit.
Glenn, you play too good. You're not allowed in my home game. In case you're watching or listening. Blank on the river. I imagine this is going to go check by Raymond and probably check back by Glenn. He still has 1 pair. He's going to be happy to win this spot. He could go for some thin value here, but yeah, just checks it back. $1,500 pot for Glenn here. Wins another good one, up a couple of thousand now.
Hey, Javon.
50 pounds?
I had a queen.
Currently biggest winner in the game. Will that hold up?
My light and code.
50 pounds, no lie. Wow, I need to get back. Keep trying, though. I see. I'm going to get back in the gym.
You know what this game really missed this week? It missed Danny.
I am going to do that when I get back home now.
Oh, you're working out, too?
Now that Susie got my backpack.
We missed Danny's infectious laugh on the stream. That's what we
Go back
missed.
to the gym because I haven't been since I've been there.
Saw it in action.
You know, torta is right. It could be Hispanic girls.
What's wrong with thick girls? Ain't nothing wrong with thick girls. Don't be telling, look here. Look here. I got thick thighs. You know.
I love me a torta, but...
You love a tortoise? What is torta?
Ace King for Johnny and a $100 stack. I can't imagine him doing anything other than getting it all in here, and that's exactly what took place. I don't recall him ever winning a pot tonight, Travis. Do you?
He might have won one or two, but yeah, there's not really much you can do, especially near the end of the stream, being a low stack. And
everyone else has a
cards like
mountain of
that.
chips. Yeah, nothing you can do. Maybe he's going to get a call. Jeff's got the Jeffrey Dahmer suited. Can't fold that. Not for 100.
I mean, if anybody was going to call and give Johnny some action, I would assume it'd be either Jeff or Raymond.
Yep.
100%.
Wouldn't surprise me, though, if Johnny gets out-flopped here. He has not run well this evening.
It happens. I mean, you can be a really winning player.
That's
just
right.
Have a really off night.
As you can see, Ace King is only a 59% favorite right here.
You are a fool, because now I'm going to go find out if that's a bad thing. You talking trash?
Oh, my gosh. Half the deck. 11 outs. There it is, straight right away with a flush draw. Useless king on the river. Jeff's going to make a straight and win this pot. Johnny has been eliminated. No more cash, no more buy-ins. Thanks for playing.
Hi, Johnny.
I haven't seen this game, thank God.
Where's Faith? Did she leave?
She's in the tournament.
A few more hands, everybody.
Oh, there he is. That's who I was going to ask, and I got here. Yes, I was going to ask Van Gundy.
All right, turn on the button.
Yeah. C3 busted one. I mean,
What a hard battle.
yeah, because
I don't think it won a pot all
He
night.
didn't rebuy.
He did it.
He didn't rebuy.
I actually
Whatever he
don't. I
bought,
actually don't think he dragged the pot the entire
He
night.
didn't drag a pot.
He didn't play it.
No, people, I hate to see what his cards were. Can't wait to watch the live stream and figure out what his cards were.
He could have been. Keep blinded down.
Raised to 30.
Yeah.
Clutch raising it up here with the Queen Jack.
Nobody at this table knows.
Mr. D calls.
I won the biggest pot at Doghouse.
Come on, I
We
know
got played
already.
then.
I did.
No, you don't. You told me
Oh,
already,
no,
so
no.
I know what you have.
4 players.
Biggest pot.
Keep trying, Mickey. Keep trying.
That's your favorite hand from earlier, 8-9 or something like that.
My favorite
Nut
hand
flush
is
draw
nut.
from Mr.
I said I
D.
won my biggest pot with this
Top
many
pair for
drinks.
clutch.
I did not
Raised
hit.
to
I was about to say, why don't you just be aces?
You get peel up here, swear.
I did. I won like
Coming.
a 17.
Only 2 more hands. Yep.
Isn't that crazy?
Hey, they're easy to play.
They check around on the turn. Mr. D misses the nut flush draw. Gonna bluff at it like he always does. May get the best hand to fold here, though. I don't think so, though. Don't see Mickey folding this. Not the way the hand played out. Sure does look like he missed a draw.
Yeah, it seems like Dean might be acting like he's representing 10 jack to hit the straight. Definitely has Mickey thinking for a second, which it is tough with only having a pair of queens.
Yeah, middle pairs is it's tough to call and hold them these days. The way the hand played out, it's a pretty polarizing hand here for Dean. He either has a big hand or nothing. There's not a lot of marginalized hands. What?
He's been here like every single time I've ever been here.
Wait a minute, which Dan is?
One time finger.
But if my money was on call or fold, I think Mickey's going to call here.
He coming in.
He's definitely playing the hand back in his head. And
nope.
About it.
Surrender. Dean gets away with a bluff.
Pocket deuces.
Him and Malachi are the ones that know the longest.
Okay.
Because that's Josh.
He likes 10 or that.
I didn't know how.
Before I worked here, I played here. I live all the way in Seattle. So I would much rather play here than anywhere else.
For cash,
Yeah.
I've worked at
Oh, yeah.
it was by myself.
Right there.
Outside of I've gone around the tournament, but it's the only place to I played
in there. That's 200,
go to for cash. I went to the Cypress one time because
Don't worry, they're not.
I heard. Well, I know that's what I said because I heard Malachi was scoring there, so I wanted to just say hi to him. And turns out he wasn't there. I said, well, I'll just play whatever. But it's been I like I really like it.
Just a few more hands to go here.
Raymond, do you know how to fold? You only have 2 cards.
I did.
You only have 2 cards, Raymond.
I know.
What the hell?
I mean,
Yep. There's $120 ahead of you, and you bet 75. I would have called with Raymond's hand too.
It looks like Raymond is going for it.
I was just
195 for 75.
7 deuce game, trying to scoop the bonus from everybody, but everybody and their mom decided to call.
Go around and see outside.
Good news for Raymond here. He may be able to get this bluff through. Nobody else has much. Couple of gut shot straights draw. Jeff has middle pair. If he's aggressive enough here with the 7 deuce, he may get this wet to work. Poker Girl bets 175 with a gut shot after everyone checks to her. She may get away with this for her tight image tonight. She sure is. Good for you, Nicole. Good play.
bottom of the range.
I can't wait for y'all to watch the live stream and see everything.
And she is not giving any information out.
She just said, I can't wait for y'all to watch the live stream. Good for you, Nicole. Good bluff. Show the boys. Show them what's up. You played very solid tonight.
I'll see those cards so fast. I bet you. I was about to make it 300.
That's what I say. It's either ace, king,
If
kings,
you
or
repop
queens.
me, I'm going all right.
Haha, they said it was either ace, king, kings, or queens. Nice read, boys. She bet you with the gut shot. She bluffed all of you out of the pot with a gut shot, but sure, she had an overpair.
I'm not betting you up.
I mean, that's what you want. You want to represent other hands that you don't necessarily have. I heard you mention that last week whenever Samir was trying to tell everyone he had a set of queens when he didn't.
That's right. The stream don't lie.
Raymond is lost. Lost. What the hell? Alright, one time, Mickey, one more time. That's all I'm just, if I can't.
Raise me again.
If I can't raise you, I'm not calling next time.
Raise me again.
Alright, I've got 4.
Four-way action here.
Yeah, a lot of times that we just,
Nick has the best hand now. Cam with a gut shot. Poker girl with backdoor diamonds. Not much of anything for anybody. King now for Nick. 2 pair. Can't see anyone else winning this pot unless Clutch somehow makes a straight on the river, but he's not going to call $80 with or 105 with a gut shot. Nick should win this pot right here.
settle down. He knows what to do now.
Pardon me, he is going to call with a gut shot. Bad read, Jeff. Will it be a dirty river? No, it will not.
Definitely going to slow them down for the flush draw out there.
That is a good point. No more money going into the hand. No point to bet. Looks like we're going to Omaha now, and I think we have 2 more hands to go tonight. Come on, 2 or 3 more hands, guys. We want carnage. Give us something crazy.
It's actually on my playlist. In the car.
Just because it's going to take us more than 7 minutes to get around.
Drive it home.
Yeah, Billy, unfortunately, I see you're on the way, but you are a little too late, brother.
For the
stream, anyway. There is still plenty of cash action at the Doghouse, though. I believe we have 6 tables right now. 2 tournament tables and 6 tables of cash, if I'm not mistaken. Live 10 in Omaha. We got the straddle on. Raise it to a quarter from Jeff. Ace Jack 9-6. The boys are gambling right now. Mickey looked down at Ace, King, Queen, 7, thinking about putting in a big 3-bet here on the button with such a beautiful double-suited hand. Hard to blame him. It's been a while since he's won a pot. Does he want to take a safe route before we go, or does he want to juice it up? Juice it up looks like the option to me.
Based off of what everyone is holding, you can just assume that there's going to be some massive bloodshed going down, depending on what the flop is.
Jeff knows the game's almost over. He's not folding. Cam's like, nah, bruh. I started good, but I didn't finish for well, so we're going to get it all in with our 2 pair as well. 2 pair double-suited. Hard to blame him. Raymond hasn't folded a hand since 2004. He's not starting now either. A lot of clubs out there, though. Clubs are one of the interesting flop.
Good luck, Mickey. That's what you wanted. You got it.
Quad would be good here again.
Does Nick feel like gambling? Yeah. He's getting like 3-1 here.
White seat now. Last one. Last hand of the night. Come on. I misplayed that last hand against you. That spade got there, straight got there. I should have fucking bet.
Over here and sweat it.
I know, right?
1,675 in the pot already. We do not have a flop. Waiting on Nick to see if we're going to go 5 ways to the flop.
Nick is taking a little time to think, but also he has Susie doing some work to his back, so he's a little focused.
Yes, 5 ways, max pain, max carnage. Give me something big on the flop. We want a massive.
How much did he have? 385.
He had $3.95.
Hi.
Got $20 on that.
Massive sweat. Give me something good.
You're only with it.
2,000 in the middle already. 5 players to the flop.
Very first hand, you go to 30 minutes.
Will we have carnage? What comes? Let's see. Ace Jack 9. Clutch is flop top pair in a gut shot. Jeff is flop 2 pair. Raymond, yeah, the money's probably going to go in here. Let's see what Clutch does.
For sure. Jeff's got a full mirror, too. So
Jeff has a mirror, and he only bet 500 on this flop, which is going to entice other people to call behind here.
Yeah, definitely. There's way too much money for everyone to not want to get in there.
Truth is, if I have Jeff's hand and I have 2,000 right here, there's 2,000 in the pot, I get the Ace Jack 9 flop, I'm probably just going to move it in and try to win the 2K that's out there. That's me. Raymond calls with a pair of 9s and a prayer running spades. Nico has backdoor diamonds and he calls as well. Folks, I hope everyone's paying attention to this hand right now. We've had 3 people put the money in the pot and only one of them has 2 pair. $4,000. 4 people have put the money in the pot and only one of them has 2 pair. $4,000 pot. 2,000 in the middle, 2,000 on the side.
I was listening to what was going on. I'm sorry.
6. Raymond is going to turn the nut spade draw.
Sorry, I wasn't trying to be that's not like. What do you mean? What do I want? I thought you were sitting there listening.
500 again from Jeff. I don't really understand this bet size into a $4,000 pot. Yes, you have top 2 pair. No one raised you on the flop. Get it in, big guy. What are you waiting on?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, at that point, I'm putting it in.
How do you not get the last 1,500 in? What are you waiting on?
You wait.
Now you're enticing everyone to come in after you. I don't know.
Yeah.
Mickey doesn't have much, but Mickey, you know, Mickey's getting 11 to 1 here on a call. 11 to 1. How many times you get 11 to 1 in Omaha? Got to call 500 to win 5,400. Mickey's not folding. He knows math.
We were just talking about that next Friday's 4th of July, so we're going to take that one off.
Guys, we are 5 ways to the river. 5 ways to the river. This pot is swelled up to $6,000.
All right. Now I've got 3 pots. You are all in for this. Now 3 of y'all on this side. River.
Wow, queen on the river. Mickey makes the best hand. He is going to check. It's likely going to get checked around. No one has a straight. No one has a straight. It's likely going to get checked around, and Mickey is probably going to win the biggest pot of the night. Unless somehow, some way, someone bluffs him off the hand. Don't see that happening. Raymond missed everything. Unfortunate. Runner flush draw. 2 pair.
Ace queen, top 2.
Unfortunately, Jeff did this one to himself. Had he bet big enough on the flop, when he flopped a mirror, Mickey folds that hand, and Jeff wins a huge pot and gets out of the trap. But as it was, he bets too small to get Mickey out of the pot, and Mickey is going to win a $6,000 pot right before the stream ends
Watch me get slow roll.
with just 2 pair in a 4-way pot.
Yeah, I'm thinking if I'm Jeff from the get-go, I would pot it just to protect all of my equity that I have in the hand.
No, or you could have a back
Hand
door.
would probably play out way differently than it did, for sure.
Yeah, I think Mickey folds. If Jeff bets bigger on the flop, Mickey folds his hand and Jeff wins at Monster. But it's easy to see when you're playing the hands face up like we are back here. It's going to take a wheelbarrow, an F-250, and 2 shovels to push this pot to Mickey.
This is why he started off so high, and then he kind of like lost.
He went, huh?
Yeah, he went from like 33 down to like 23.
Y'all see that, chat?
Yeah, I got you.
$6,000 pot. Biggest hand of the night, won by Clutch.
But I was already committed once.
Wow, what a finish. We have one more official hand, guys, but hard to imagine it being crazier than the last one. Single board bomb pot, they say they're going to do, $11.
Single board bomb pots are very interesting. I've played a couple of them, but anything can happen with those.
Yeah.
Like, no, don't stack them.
Yeah, it's not really like my particular game. In fact, like when they play them in like, you know, the double board bomb pots, I don't ever play. It's just not for me.
Yeah. When I was in Vegas last summer, or no, actually it was 2 summers ago, we was playing 2-5 PLO at R.O.E, and they actually only did single board PLO bomb pots over there. We asked the dealer, like, hey, can we do double board? And they said no, the only way you can play double board bomb pots is if you go play 10-20 PLO.
You know what's wrong about to jump over there?
Well, the construction crew's at the front of the door right now. They are redoing the exit for right now because it's going to be about the only way Mickey's going to be able to fit his head out the door after winning that pot. Just kidding, guys. Just kidding. Just kidding. He's going to be riding on cloud 9 right now. It's always good to win a big pot, multi-way. The next few weeks are going to taste much sweeter. 1 board bomb pot here. Everyone antes up, and we get a flop. Little action right here. Jeff flops open-ended. Glenn flops a flush draw. Poker Girl flops top 2. Raymond flops a flush draw. Clutch flopped nothing, and Mr. D flopped a flush draw. Wow. And, of course, they all check it to Mr. D, and he bets the pot. Bets $55 with his 11% equity. Call, and then Raymond is going to raise it. Raymond's got the queen high hearts and a 4.
Why did I even do it? Says check, get 1 more card.
415.
Thank you, Mama. Appreciate you.
Ace of Hearts, top. Just kidding. Who is going to win this one, guys? Is Jeff going to get there? Is Raymond going to win with his hearts? I don't know, man. I feel like Jeff's going to make it straight. I just got this feeling.
me they.
And Nicole has no interest in gambling with two pair here, no redraw. She just says I'll fold. Move on. Say have a good night. Take her little $500 win. Call it a day.
Okay, there ain't no more.
Straight.
Kingston
Right away, straight.
I thought I had.
Good fold, Nicole. Good fold.
Okay, straight.
And that's it, guys. Thank you for joining us tonight. Clutch is going to be our big winner, followed by Glenn. Once again, thank you all for coming out to Doghouse. Clutch 5,500 winner, 2,200 for Glenn, 750. $750 for Mr. D, $270 for Poker Girl, and a rough night for Jeff. Thank you to my co-host for the evening, Travis. Did a great job. We appreciate you being here. Thanks again to Stacks once again for doing all of the technical stuff with the live stream. Thanks again for everybody watched across all of the social media platforms. We will likely not be running next Friday because it is July 4th, but look for us again on July 11th. All right, guys. Doghouse Poker out. Thanks again for being here. Good night, everybody.
Good night, guys.
He is the big